Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the 2025 USA Powerlifting Collegiate National Championship. We are here live from the Oklahoma City Convention Center, and we are kicking you guys off with the men's raw collegiate 82.5 kilo men's division and the men's raw equipped 82.5s. My name is Kevin Serrano. I'll be your commentator for today, and we'll be walking you guys through the action as we look at all 4 platforms. We are getting started, and we are underway with lifting. Lifting has just started at 8 a.m. Central, as all 4 platforms are currently in their Flight A openers. We got Joseph coming up here on platform for 205 kilos as his opening attempt. Successful opener on platform 1. Both platforms 3 and 4 get 3 white lights. And for those of us new to powerlifting is comprised of 3 lifts: the squat, bench press, and deadlift. Our lifters will have 3 attempts to hit a max 1 rep squat. So as we see here, all these lifters are taking their first attempt, which is their opener. Weights will progress and get heavier as lifting goes on. Once these lifters are done taking their openers, they will elect to go to a second attempt, in which they'll likely increase their weight. Good attempt there by Connor from Cincinnati. 3 white lights for him there. Very deep squat by Alex from Texas A&M. Unfortunately, he gets a technical call there. He gets 2 yellow cards. And again, we have 3 referees who are standing beside each of the platforms, adjudicating and giving the lifters their lights. So you need a 2-to-1 majority in order for the lift to be counted as successful. So 2 white lights is a good lift. 2 red lights will be a no lift. 3 whites on platform 1 by Price. Platforms 1, 3, and 4 are all men's raw collegiate 82.5 kilo lifters. Meanwhile, platform 2 is our men's equipped 82.5 kilo lifter. Louisiana in the house in Tristan here with a 220 kilo squat opener on platform 4. Two to 1 for platform 4. That is a good lift. 3 white lights on platform 3. Chase on platform 2 from McKendree University in Illinois. McKendree University is one of our highly represented teams here at Collegiate Nationals. And just to give you all folks at home a bit of insight on how the championship is structured, teams and schools can send a maximum of 4 teams to the Collegiate National Championship. They can send their men's raw, men's equipped, and women's equipped. They can send a maximum of 12 lifters per team for a total maximum of 48 lifters. And we have several teams here who are pretty close to that maximum level, meaning that they're highly represented in many weight classes and many divisions. Teams can send a maximum of 2 scoring athletes per weight class. So a given team can have a maximum of 2 82.5 kilo lifters in this case. And a lot of the times these teams structure their rosters in order to strategize in what would maximize their team placements. Points are earned by podium level positions, where first place will earn the maximum amount of points, and it trickles down all the way to 25th place. Three white lights on platform 4. Arjun and Tyler on platforms 3 and 1 respectively walk out their squats. Two to 1, good lift for Tyler on 1. Arjun gets that rack command. 3 white lights there, no problem for him. Good lift there for Seth on 2. Let's see what the referees say. 2 to 1, that is also a good lift. And 2 to 1 as well on platform 4. The most common infraction on squats will be a red card, which indicates depth. So lifters need to squat to a specific depth in order for the lift to be counted as good. And what depth means, as specified in the rulebook, is that their hip crease has to go below the top surface of the knee. And not only that, but lifters have to obey the chief referee's commands. As mentioned earlier, we have 3 referees on the platform, 2 side referees, and 1 chief referee who's the one giving the commands. The chief referee will give the squat command, which indicates the lifter is in a ready position and ready to squat. The lifter will then squat, hit depth, stand back up, lock their knees, and then hold the squat until they receive the rack command, in which, with the help of the spotters, they'll replace the bar back into the rack. Midland University on platform 4. Trayton taking 250 kilos, 551 pounds. And again, ladies and gentlemen, these are just opening squat attempts, so these weights are only going to get heavier. Good lift on platform 4. We are now moving along to our second attempts on platforms 2 and 4 respectively. Noah Roberts is up next with 182.5, taking a 7.5 kilo jump. John Ogle for his second attempt, taking a 10 kilo jump on platform 4. Final opening attempt on platform 1, Roshan taking 220 kilos, 484 pounds. Two to 1, good lift on platform 4. And if you guys are curious about who is actually refereeing these platforms, all the referees at the Collegiate National Championships are national level referees or higher, meaning that these referees have undergone training, have years of experience under their belts, and have officiated at these meets at this caliber before. So we guarantee you that all the lifts officiated today will be to standard. Very deep squat there by Dominic on platform 3, 237 kilos. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Waiting for those lights on platform 4 for Joseph. 220, that is a good lift. We got a few more openers left on platform 3. Meanwhile, all other platforms are progressing along on their second attempts. Easy work for TJ with 210. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. Another good lift for him. Bit of work there for Jonathan for an opening squat, 237.5 kilos. You can see that he's a little unsatisfied with how fast that moved, but we'll see how he plays his next 2 attempts. When it comes to powerlifting, you want to implement a bit of a strategy when it comes to opening attempts. You want to select an opener that is something that's easy, but that'll help you progress into what would be your ideal 1 rep max on your 3rd attempt squat. So you really want to make sure that you have enough room left in the tank when you take your opener. You do not want to struggle with your first 2 attempts. Oh, and it looks like Chase Toombs from McKendree gets stuck just in the middle of the squat there. He is one of our equipped lifters of this session. We'll see him come back for his 3rd attempt squat. Let's see if he retakes or if he decides to go up. Two to 1 for Christian from LSU, platform 4. And to talk a little bit about the differences between our men's equipped division and our men's raw division, our raw lifters, which we see on platforms 1, 3, and 4, are lifting in knee sleeves and a singlet, meaning that they have no supportive equipment other than their belt, wrist wraps, and that's pretty much it. The knee sleeves are made of neoprene. They're just meant to keep the knees warm, and the singlet is non-supportive, so it's literally just a piece of fabric. Meanwhile, on our equipped side, lifters are allowed to wear a squat suit and knee wraps. So what that does is that creates a stretch effect in the hole. Think of a rubber band. A rubber band is getting stretched when the lifter is squatting down, which means that they'll get a bigger rebound when they come out of the hole, allowing them to squat more weight. Equipped lifting can be a little bit more difficult to understand and master. We see here Noah Garcia, Longhorn Powerlifting. We see he's wearing a squat suit and knee wraps. Smooth attempt by Matthew on platform 4. He gets 3 whites. And Daniel on platform 1, he gets 3 whites as well. Unfortunately, Noah got stuck in that middle of the squat with 232.5 kilos. This is only 2nd attempt for him, so we'll see if he retakes that on his 3rd. And as we see here on the standings, it looks like Chase from McKendree has elected to scratch his 3rd attempt squat. So he missed 215 for his 2nd. He will not be coming out to take a 3rd. Good lift for Ivan on platform 1. 2 to 1 for Braden on platform 4. Good lift on 3. Very strong equipped squat on platform 2, 245 kilos for Seth. And he gets 3 whites. Hunter on platform 4 comes to us from PSU, Penn State University. 3 white lights. That is a good lift. And so is Ryan on platform 1. That is 3 white lights for him. Raw squat here from Mason on platform 3. No knee sleeves, no belt, no problem. 90 kilos is a good lift for him. I believe he might be suffering from some sort of injury, as he is not taking what I assume would be his max squat. Darian picks up another 12.5 kilos on platform 4. Tyler Collins on platform 1. He gets 2 to 1. That is a good lift. We got our Midland University lifter on platform 4. We can hear the crowd, all of his teammates, fans, friends and family supporting him from the crowd. And with our heaviest second attempt of the flight for platform 4, that is a good lift. 3 white lights. We are back now to our third attempt squats on platform 4 and on platform 2. Fortunately, a no lift for John, platform 2. A no lift on platform 4 as well for John. Good second attempt there for Maximus, platform 1. 3 white lights. Final second attempt squat for flight A on platform 1. 235 kilos for Rashawn, taking a 15 kilo jump. Alex Cano from Texas A&M missed his opener of 212.5, but still went up 12.5 kilos. Doesn't seem to be an issue for him. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights.
What's up, Kevin? This is Bryce Lewis. I'm joining you here today to help commentate this opening session.
Glad to have you here, Bryce.
Yeah, so give me the scoop on the action so far.
So as it currently stands, we are on our Flight A squat attempts for all 4 platforms. Platform 1 is just now starting their third attempt squats. Meanwhile, Platform 3 is finishing up their seconds. Platform 4 is moving pretty swiftly as we are about the middle of the way for our third attempt squats, as well as Platform 2.
Yeah, it's a fast flight here. A lot of great lifting so far out of Oklahoma City. Day 3 now as we're starting to get in some of the heavier weight classes.
Yeah, today we have this session in the morning, we have all the 82.5 kilo men's lifters, both equipped and raw. So a very deep division.
And if you're watching on just one of the streams, there are 4 separate platforms going simultaneously, 2 streams on each. If you want to throw up 2 YouTube links on a big TV, we have a nice quad view there. A lot of lifting going on. 1,100 lifters will pass through this competition over the course of the weekend.
This competition will run from Friday all the way till Sunday.
Luke Clatterbuck, who started us off today, very first squat, 200 kilos. Looks successful for him on platform 1.
And what a good comeback for him, missing his opener at 185, going up 5 kilos securing 190 and going up 10 to finish off his day with a 200-kilo squat.
I mean, honestly, maybe a little nerve-wracking being the very first squat of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I took my first meet, I was the opening squat of the whole meet, so it was pretty nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Couldn't imagine what it's like here at the national championship.
And plus side, easy for timing your warm-ups.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, all these lifters needed to qualify in order to come to this championship. So every weight class has an established qualifying total that these lifters need to hit in order to register for this championship. So these are some of the best lifters in the country on the collegiate level.
Had a little delay in our overlay there. Should be the right information for the lifter on the screen as Noah Garcia walks out 232.5 in the shades on platform 2. Looking for some redemption on 232.5. This time it was strength. Tough effort there for Noah. We'll see him on bench press. As Price Ostermeyer. Concordia actually has had a great showing so far at this competition. I've seen them in the overall rankings in the top 3, I think, for raw women.
It's very amazing to see some of these more younger programs, or less, I guess you would call it, less popular programs, because we come to Collegiate Nationals knowing the big names, Texas A&M, UTSA, Midland University, McKendree University, but to see some of these smaller schools who have less of a representation make it up in the standings, that's really amazing to see, and goes to show the level of talent that those schools are producing.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes quality, not quantity, right? I was on the flight out here with Davenport University, who is also having an excellent showing as a young program, so very exciting to see what they're doing. Albert Evans, 225 on platform 1. It's a big number in powerlifting. That's 4 red plates. And we want to know, where is Seth, as Seth De Leon crushes 250 kilos on platform 2. And it is too high, unfortunately, middle and side. With authority, Albert Evans finishes that squat at 225. Hope he's happy with that.
Braden looking to be successful with another 10-kilo jump here on platform 4, 250 kilos. What an excellent attempt.
Yeah,
for him.
Nice grind. Good attempt selection, too.
Easy second on platform 3 as well for Danny.
You would think it's easy to pick the top number that you can do, that you think you can do. It's really not that easy. You have to kind of earn that skill over coaching lots of lifters, over lots of time, knowing yourself, good conversations with the athlete. There's a lot involved.
It's really about trying to maximize the amount you have on the day without tipping over.
And I believe we're looking at our first 600-pound squat today. 272.5 is loaded for Brandon Salazar on platform 2. Huge number, successful so far. Nice even-sized 10-kilo jumps, and we'll see what he can do. Daniel Guy just not able to get through that sticking point on platform 1, 227.5.
Hunter Isbisky able to get his way up with 250 kilos. I believe he did have up and down motion, though.
What a fight. I've barely ever seen anyone able to almost stop and then continue going on a squat that heavy. Salazar is in. 3 white lights for his squat. Congratulations.
Good second for Jonathan on platform 3. And to go back with what I mentioned about up and down movement of the bar, what this means is that as the lifter is recovering from hitting depth and is now ascending with the bar can no longer dip back down and come back up. So if you have any sort of double bouncing where the bar comes up and down in the hole, or as we saw on the case with Hunter on platform 4. The bar actually came down midway through the squat and then back up. That will unfortunately not be allowed in this competition.
I've got mixed feelings about that rule. You know, I mean, if you stand up with the squat, if you finish it, same thing with the deadlift. I feel like
clearly
it should count.
strong enough for it.
Yeah.
If anything, it makes it harder.
Sometimes I feel like rules started off with someone trying to abuse a certain way to squat and then ruined it for everyone.
And talk about maximizing what you have on the day. Trayton able to make great work out of 270 kilos.
Yeah, huge stuff there. We are finishing off on platform 1 and just getting into the next flight on platform 2. Elijah Logan, the current lifter there. Blue Mountain College, another one of those staple names here we've seen with a big showing, especially on the equipped side. Big equipped presence, men and women. And the representation of different colleges around the country is super cool to see. And we are hearing the cheering loud now, which tells us that one of two teams is likely out there. Ragin' Cajuns, Midland, they both bring huge squads cheering for their lifter. I'd love to see it. It's one of the real differences about Collegiate Nationals here, the team presence. Nice work, Ivan Cortez. Good attempt selection, 230 kilos. It is in.
Good second on 3 for Moises, 255.
Carson Lyons, 3 white lights, he's on the board. Honestly, getting that first squat out of the way feels like a huge relief. Once you've got it done, it's just so easy to kind of settle into the competition. Just find your pacing. We're just checking who the current lifter is on platform 1. Not sure if it's Ryan Wynn or someone else. Yep, okay. Good catch there by our TC as we get the right lifter coming out for that load.
Good 200 kilo attempt for Moises. For Jesus on platform 4.
And we're waiting for Denarian Ackles on platform 2, 267.5. What a grind, Ryan Wynn. So good on that squat. 232.5 was the number for you today.
Waiting on those referee lights, 2-1. That is a good lift.
Now, if you're a fan of big weights, you should be watching platform 2. These guys will quickly be opening almost at 660 pounds, 295 kilos. We'll see the final opener there.
2-1, a good lift on platform 4. We are down to our last 3 squats of Flight A on platform 1.
Really trying to maximize every kilo there. Good grind and a fight through the stick for Tyler Collins.
As well as for Landon on 3 whites as well.
And the subtle differences between the way that we're built shows in how these gentlemen are squatting, where they're putting the bar on their back, how folded over they look at the bottom, their stance width. These things are these small cues that are earned over time. Little kind of adjustments that you figure out about how you best perform.
Another prime example of that can be here on platforms 1 and 3 respectively. We see the different belt placements these lifters have. It really comes down to preference of these lifters.
Yeah, a little higher placement on platform 3, a little bit lower on platform 1, kind of under the rib cage. Deep there on platform 3.
Can he get it up?
Through it? Just not there. Yeah, you can see the verbal disappointment there for that lifter.
That was only his second attempt, so he still has his third to come back and hit it. Maybe it might have been a positional issue.
Yeah. It is so much harder to make a correction in raw than it is for equipped lifting. Oftentimes the misses are on strength, but we'll see what he can do. Eric Woe going down with 270 from RIT. Tough for an opener, and I'm not quite sure it was depth. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
So he actually got 2 different calls there. He got 1 red light for depth on the side, and then from the center and the other side referee called him for up and down movement of the bar, which he kind of stalled a bit at the middle of the squat. So I think that's what they might have called him for.
So he's got a few things to adjust for the next one. I think I heard you say Mason Wallace earlier, coming out with a pretty light squat, uncharacteristic for someone in this weight class. So perhaps something's going on with an injury.
Yeah, we see it as well. He has a elected to open up with 70 kilos on deadlift, so maybe not feeling on his day today.
Okay, check this out, though. He has a 190 bench opener. Something tells me he's just taking a token squat, a token deadlift, and coming for some kind of record on bench press.
That sounds about right.
If you want a record, you have to post a total. So he has to come out and do some kind of squat and some kind of deadlift. We will check back in with that storyline a little bit later on. Tough start for Thomas Zuccarello on platform 2 with 270. Tough on the way down, slow, not a whole lot of rebound able to come out. We'll see what he can do for a second attempt, turn it around a little bit, get his team behind him.
And we hear the Raging Cajuns again for Ethan on platform 2. We're now moving along to over 600 pounds for a squat opener.
Final third attempt here. The cheers come out for Roshan Patel, 237.5 kilos. If you want to follow along with the action and see the live scoring, you can go to LiftingCast.com and check out Collegiate Nationals Day 3. Ethan Goudry, 277.5. Raging Cajuns on platform 2. Strong walkout, waiting for that start. It was fast.
Oh.
And he falls forward.
Very
Thank goodness, the spotter's there.
Good catch
Looks like
by the
he's
spotters.
okay. Yeah, really quick loss of balance. Look, I mean, a quick lifting, a lot can happen. I mean, let's imagine that he had his knees wrapped for a minute longer than he should have. The lower part of your leg starts to go numb a little bit. Can be hard to stabilize that weight. But it was very light. We'll see if he's able to come back on a second attempt. Let's go, Roshan with the squat.
Closes out the flight with the 3 white lights.
Excellent attempt. Good lift as we move our way to flight 2.
If you notice on platform 3, Brandon has elected to move one of the uprights in. So the combo racks that we use here in competition, provided to us by Texas Strength Systems, have the ability to move the uprights in an inward or outward position, and it really comes down to preference on these lifters. Sometimes these lifters can choose the uprights to be in if they have a really wide hand placement, kind of closer to the plates, or to prevent the plates from actually hitting the uprights as they walk out their squat.
We tend to group these lifters by qualifying total. Platform 2 will, in this flight, have some of the higher lifters for the equipped division. And it looks like platform 3 will have the same thing for the raw side. This entire session is all 82.5 kilo men. So excited to see what these guys can do. Steady on the descent is Daniel Gill as he stands up with 290 on platform 2. Yep, I like what I'm seeing there. 3 white lights. All right, Charles Smith coming out 290, one of our heaviest opening attempts there on platform 2. Texas A&M, great representation this week so far.
Joseph Kim choosing to go up 10 kilos despite missing his opener.
Great looking opener there. 290 is, we're waiting for the lights. Shouldn't be a problem. It's in 2-1. Yeah, we had a great competition last night watching some of these women compete. Really tough, close battles, American records, pulls for the win. Sam Campos now our heaviest opening squat attempt here, 295. We've got two Texas A&M athletes in the 82s going back and forth today. Only one of them can win, so yeah, we're going to see what happens. And let's take a look at their forecasted total. It is very early on. We're forecasted 6th and 3rd, so a big squat isn't all you have to bring here in order to be successful. Got to be a well-rounded athlete. It's great to have a single lift that's a standout lift. Maybe you're an American record holder in it, but the lifters that stand on the podium more often are the ones that are a little bit more well-rounded.
Final attempt here for Dominic, retaking 250 kilos.
String of misses there. We're hoping he can break that on there. Lucas Zastro, nice on his opener. UWA Platform 1, 207 in the books. Kobe Pham is on one on Platform 4. You can see as he's coming up, he already knows how light it feels. Excited to see what he puts on the bar for a 3rd. And Jordan Love here from the U.S. Military Academy, West Point. They brought a pretty big team this year. Really, really nice to see the armed forces. We've got Air Force, Navy, and Army here. Tough looking squat there for Elijah Logan on that 15 kilo jump to 260.
Looks like he kind of shifted a little bit in the hole.
Yep.
Kind of got thrown out of position there.
Yeah, your groove is just so important there across lift, squat, bench, and deadlift. It's all about just kind of keeping the bar exactly in that sweet spot. Philip Crum, now the opener, 210, Platform 1. Oh, it's fast. And Eric Woe now retaking 270. His equipment was really, really tight on that, preventing him from hitting full depth. We're going to see if he's able to sink this a little bit lower this time. He knows what he needs to do. Taking his time getting those feet set. Looks better on the depth. Yep, and he made the correction. Congrats, 270 in the books.
Kyle Kim out of UMass, 235, Platform 4. Very fast opener for Johnson out of Alabama.
Kyle struggling a bit through that.
Not how you'd want a second attempt to move, but despite that, he gets, unfortunately, he gets 2-1, a no-lift call for depth from the side and the center referee.
Oh, and that's work there on Platform 3, but it is a 3rd attempt, 252.
3 white lights.
Looking for the lights, I think. Yep. Thomas out there. We can hear the cheers. Tommy on Platform 2. Come on, 270, let's go. It's going to be a difficult day. And honestly, his opener looked fairly similar to that. We're going to see what can happen, but his back is against the wall, and he might be thinking, what else can I do right now? Maybe I opened too heavy. Maybe something happened with a weight cut or a travel or something like that. So we'll have to see what he can do. And for these lifters, there are so many potential factors affecting what we're seeing here. You know, it's not just pure strength.
Absolutely. I mean, these lifters are coming from all across the country. We are located here in Oklahoma City, but we have lifters from East Coast, West Coast, North, South, all across the country. So you think about the travel, all the time zone differences that some of these lifters might encounter when getting to collegiate nationals.
Big squat for Sunal, opening up at 212.5 kilos. Nice opener there. Not there today on platform 3, unfortunately. All right, Noah Miller now on platform 1, coming out for an opener at 215. Talked about choosing the right weight. Some of these lifters have an opener that's a little bit too heavy. You don't want any doubts on your opener because you may have to repeat it if something wasn't right. You want to make sure you have some room to move up. You cannot go down. So that opener load, all critical at setting the tone for the day.
Braden looking for a big squat here, 265 kilos. Coming out to us from Friends University. Friends actually has a lot of lifters competing throughout this weekend.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Perfect attempt there for Braden. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights.
Carson Lyons opting for kind of some stutter steps back as he makes his way away from the rack. Big breath, kind of tucking the head back. It's like a good second attempt. I think he's off to a great start today. Throwing some love to the team. We hear them in the audience. Sky Rong now, UCLA, my alma mater, coming out at 220 kilos there.
Landon looking for that coveted 600-pound squat there on platform 3.
And he's the last squat of flight 1. Can he do it? Not today.
Yeah, it was kind of a big jump, 15 kilos from second to third.
Oh, Aiden, a little bit of bobble. Can he recover on platform 2? Trying to stabilize his core, a little hip shift even on the way down. Boy, that was some work to get through that, but he did stand up, and he's in. 2 white lights. Wow, he must be relieved to finish that. A lot of theatrics on a squat. Spotters and loaders keeping this competition running smoothly. They've been working very, very hard this whole weekend. Hats off to them for keeping these lifters safe, for making this meet continue. Kyle Schoenbeck, 15-kilo jump is no problem at 215 kilos. No, it is. It's a problem. There's a little bit of downward motion on that, but he knows exactly what to correct.
Our final squat attempt on platform 4, flight B, Joseph Kim. First of the final squat attempts.
Really fast there. We don't often see, but a lifter missed, went up 5 kilos, and made it. Trying to cover a little bit of ground and return to a third attempt closer to what they wanted to. It's always a little bit risky because as you go heavier, more things can happen, but it's a calculated choice for a lot of people.
And that was a no lift on platform 4 for Joseph.
So you're a lifter yourself. What's your attitude when you go into a competition? You know, like, Do you try to treat it just like a training session? Is it something special? What do you bring to the day?
I mean, I try to be as calm as I can. I mean, I really try not to overly be aggressive, waste any unnecessary energy. Treat it like a training day. I mean, it's just another day in the office type of mindset.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. You know, with other people cheering and a whole lot of external stimulation, but you're absolutely right. It's a great attitude to keep. So long, though. Powerlifting days, it's a lot of waiting. You know, like there's just a little bit of action. You're out there for mere moments, and then a whole lot of it is waiting. So just a totally different sport, very similar in a lot of ways to track and field.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sprinting, where there's just a whole lot of waiting and then a really short burst of activity. Leonard Wong stands up with 215 kilos. Excellent execution there, platform 1.
Colton looking for redemption on that 230 squat, taking it for his third. Looked a bit deeper this time around. Let's see what the referees say.
Yeah, looked good.
That is 3 whites. Gets it on the board.
All right, remember we said we were getting into some of our heavier lifts here. Platform 2 and 3 are where you need to look for that. Platform 2 for equip, 3 for raw. As we're getting to the end of second attempts there, 300 kilos on the bar. Daniel Jill walking that out. Tim Pham successful with his second attempt. What? Oh, and just a step at the last moment, losing balance. Daniel Gill, unfortunate there to stand up with that and not get credit for it. We do have standards for a reason. These lifters all know what they need to do, especially at the national level.
Two to 1 on platform 3.
So if you're one of these lifters who's maybe not fighting for a top 10 placing, you're here to get experience. I mean, with 1,100 lifters, that's a lot of lifters. There are other reasons to be here, other reasons to compete. It's to gain experience, you know, it's to get national level referees' eyes on your lift. It's to, you know, feel the environment here. To be a good lifter isn't just to lift well, but it's to be a good competitor as well, you know, to not feel nervous up there. So something different to lift in the gym versus lift on a platform.
And I feel like it's really motivating too, seeing so many lifters in your class lifting similar, if not more, weight than what you are currently doing. I mean, I feel like it's a really good motivator to get you in and out of the gym more consistently and just push yourself to see what you can truly be capable of accomplishing in your class.
Absolutely. Yep, broaden your horizons a little bit. We just saw a lightning opener there on platform 3. And nearly 700 pounds now. Turn your attention to platform 2. Daniel Campos coming out. Huge jump, 20 kilos up to 315 kilos.
As expected, if we're talking about equip lifting, I mean, these lifts are insane. For 82.5 kilo lifters, these lifters are weighing in at about 181 pounds.
I already see at this weight, even with these high quality calibrated barbells bending a little bit there. Most of these bars are rated for around 1,100 pounds or so. Oh, there he is.
Very wide squat there by Samuel.
Philip Crum unsuccessful, 222.
I think he might get called for depth there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's see what happens on Samuel.
2 to 1?
2 to 1. Some people opt for that wide stance to kind of stretch the squat suit a little bit. Helps a little bit of rebound out of the bottom.
Daniel Parks unsuccessful in that 242.5, but it's only 2.5 kilos that he doesn't add to his total, so not a lot lost there.
Let's see if Nathaniel Cabrales has more to bring on platform 4 there with 250 kilos. Nice even 15 kilo jumps between there. And the jump sizes are really important. You want jump sizes that progressively, you know, slow you down a little bit, get closer to your absolute maximum. But sometimes taking jump sizes that are too large just feel jarring on the body, you know, in the same way that if you lifted something up at home that you weren't ready for, it would just feel heavier than it would if you, just finished working out.
Eyes on 4 for Nathaniel.
Good effort there, Nathaniel. Unsuccessful 250 kilos. As we see another miss on platform 2. Delicate balance trying to make that third attempt.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus it up on platform 2. Thomas Zuccarello is taking 270 kilos for the third time after having missed it, his opener and his second attempt. So he needs this squat in order to stay in the competition and post a total.
They were both on strength too, really against the wall here. I hope the entire audience is behind him. We are too. Come on, Thomas.
He needs this squat. Let's go, Thomas.
Great grind there from Aaron Potzel on platform 4. Wow.
Lifter out of Illinois. 3 white lights. Let's go, Thomas.
He's bringing everything.
Gets it up. Let's see what the judges say on depth.
I think he cut that pretty high.
2 to 1. That is a good lift for
Let's
Thomas.
go.
He's on the board.
He's back in the meet. Wow. Congratulations.
I guess you and I both stand corrected on our picks.
I think we all get gifts sometimes. That was very good.
Kyle Squires on platform 3. Good opening attempt there.
Coming down to, on platform 3, some of our heaviest opening attempts there. And a great batch of lifting there. Perfect lifting so far on platform 3. We'll see the next lifter, Caleb, open with 265. Nearly 600 pounds there for an opener. These weights used to be American records. It's amazing to see how far the sport has progressed. This is collegiate level lifting openers here, when these used to be national records in the open division. You can credit that to the spread of the sport, the spread of training methods, nutritional methods, better load management.
And social media too. I mean, just on that, the production value, production quality of these meets has really exploded the sport in so many ways.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to be here, I mean, you get your moment. Just awesome to see the growth of the sport.
Collegiate Nationals always has that reputation of being this very electric meet. When you hear crowds and you have full teams of students coming out to support one another, it really creates an environment so electric for these lifters to hit really heavy weights.
Nice work, Arjan, 500 pounds in his second attempt there.
And on platform 4, we have finished out both Flight A and Flight B squatting. So we see our spotters and loaders setting up the bench press. So we are going to take a 10-minute break on platform 4, and we'll be back to commentate the action there.
And let's see if our live stream people here can make platform 3 bigger now so we can get a little larger view. And that is me.
Final opening attempt for Tate on platform 3, 3 white lights. Oh, I stand corrected. We got 3 more squats. We got Zachary, Michael, and Jaden left on platform 3. 2 to 1, Nolan on platform 1. Good lift. Lifter out of Davenport University on 3. What a great grind here on platform 2. Unfortunately, it will not be there. Just ran out of juice at that very end.
We are seeing forecasted place 1st through 6th take their final squats on platform 2. Similar story on platform 3 there, finishing out their openers. Michael Lewis now going up on squat. Interesting to see that he is one of the very last squatters, but currently forecasted 12th overall. These lifters will continue to climb. And these forecasted placings are just based on the numbers that they put in for openers. Always easy to put in lower openers and then raise them later on. Play a little mental chess game, a little bluffing action. Nice work there, Michael Lewis, 265. Really fast. Carson Lyons coming up, platform 2. Sticks the tongue out. Wow, what a good squat there. 15 kilos, well earned. Could not have done another 2.5 kilos.
And Jaden Low up here on platform 3, 270 kilos. Jaden is our forecasted first place provisionally with a forecasted total of 765 just on openers.
Yeah, I remember seeing Jaden last year. Huge deadlifter. He's listed at a 320 kilo deadlift opener. So please stick around to see what happens with that. Wow, he is ready today. Jaden Low, 3 for 3.
And again, still too early to call, but provisionally, Jaden Low has a 40 kilo spread on Tate, who's currently forecasted in 2nd.
We got Sam Houston on platform 2, trying to come back and take 300 kilos down. Looks like a better squat compared to his last shot at it. Yep, 3 white lights there. Really nice. I mean, obviously you want to make all 3 squats, but there's something great about missing, coming back, and correcting it. Just closing a book. Luke Zastro now 222.5 kilos. The sink, the drive, just not able to get through on that one. Plenty of lifting up ahead there. We'll see what he can do for bench press. Platform 4 has about 7 minutes left on break time before they're back for benching. In the meanwhile, plenty of action up ahead. Xavier Chavarria, 302.5. Great fight, great grind there. And Gino stares disappointingly at the back wall as 302.5 is loaded and nothing happens.
Justin Ng on platform 3, our lifter out of Illinois. Fellow Chicagoan, where I'm from.
Hey.
3 white lights, that is a good lift for Justin.
Just trying to get this safety out so we can put the racks in.
Spotters ensuring the platform is perfect for these lifters to come out and take their squats.
Aaron Adekuzzi, just waiting to see where he is. 501 pounds, 227.5 kilos. Really big 3rd attempt there.
Ethan currently forecasted just outside of the podium. If successful with the squat, that'll keep him in the fight.
I feel like the men are a little bit more prone to kind of reach for those milestone numbers. And it is earned for Aaron. Looks like a good squat. Just waiting for the refs. And the disappointment there as he knows he finished the lift, but it was high.
However, on platform 2, Ethan with a 3 white light squat, successful with 305 kilos.
Ethan in amazement there. Honestly, one of the things I love about powerlifting is how much self-discovery you can get. You know, just seeing what you're made of, what you're capable of, doing it in front of other people. Just the lessons you learn about, you know, dedication, attention to detail, you know, all the things you can learn in powerlifting and apply to life.
Absolutely. So Charles Smith taking 320 kilos for our second to last squat.
Delayed gratification, honestly. How hard can you work at something before you expect a reward? Big squats now on platform 2. Sam Campos there. Sorry, Charles Smith was successful with 320 kilos. That is over 700 pounds now. And we'll see the same thing for Sam Campos coming up.
So Charles Smith is actually opening up with a 135 kilo bench. I'm assuming he's going to be opening up raw and then throwing on a shirt afterwards. So
do see that a lot. Yep.
That'll boost up his total quite a bit. He's currently forecasted in 7th.
Okay. Oftentimes lifters do that just to get one on the board as a sure thing. Equipped bench pressing can be a little variable. Nice work there for Braden.
And a good fight on platform 1 by Sunil.
Sam Campos is having difficulty locking his knees out. Did get the start command. Gonna see if he can get through that. What a grind to stand up.
3 white lights.
What a squat.
The depth and the knees were not an issue for him. 3 whites.
The determination to work his way through that. Getting through a difficult setup. The grind. Well earned there. Wow. And that'll do it for our squatting on platform 2. They are going to break down and set up for bench press as we start to switch that over. 3 minutes remain on platform 4 before we're back for bench pressing there.
We have concluded our men's equipped collegiate 82.5 kilo squatting for this session. As it currently stands, Daniel Gill leads the pack with a forecasted 767.5 kilo total, followed by Sam Campos, who was successful with 320 kilos. He is forecasted just 5 kilos under with 762.5 kilos. And to close out the podium, Denarian Atticus from Midland University has a 740 kilo. But not to be outdone, Ethan Gertie from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. He's in 4th place, followed by Carson Lyons, who is in 5th with a 710 kilo total. Good attempt by Arian on platform 1, 235 kilos. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1, that is a good lift for him. Nathan on platform 3 picks up another 10 kilos. And then now we see a 20 kilo jump by Colton Love from Texas A&M, platform 3. Samuel from Alabama gets that. Unfortunately, won't be there for today. Let's see how Colton manages this second attempt squat. Good attempt there for him. And ladies and gentlemen, we are just under a minute from our bench attempts on platform 4. We're going to get started with Darian Baez on opening attempts. He's opening up with 120 kilos. He's representing the University of Pittsburgh, Pitt Powerlifting. Nolan Miller on platform 1. Makes great work out of 240 kilos. 2-1. Good lift. And the bar is loaded for Sky Rong from UCLA. Our final squat for that platform. 242.5 kilos for Sky. Nice and easy walkout for him. Plenty deep. Let's see what the referees say. Looks good to me. He gets 3 whites. Beautiful attempt for him. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are currently taking a break on platforms 1 and 2. We are getting prepared to start our bench press attempts. So on platform 2, we have just a little bit over 7 minutes remaining before our first bench attempt. And meanwhile, on platform 1, we will be taking a 10-minute break and get back to you guys on the action for our opening attempt squat benches. And that was a good attempt for our first bench press of platform 4. Darian staying at 120 kilos. Joseph Miranda up next. No lift on platform 3. Zachary, our lifter out of Davenport University. Really taking his time getting that set up. $15 seconds on the clock for Zachary. Good attempt there for him. Plenty deep. 2-1. Final 3 squat attempts of the session for platform 3. We have Michael Lewis up next from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Go Badgers. Michael Lewis taking a 12.5 kilo jump, 277.5. Good press there by Trayton on platform 1. 3 whites on platform 3 for Michael. 280 kilos, 617 pounds for Kyle Squires. 17.5 kilo jump. Pretty aggressive of a jump there. Representing U.S. Air Force Academy. As mentioned, we do have Air Force, Army, and Navy represented here at Collegiate Nationals. Very easy attempt there for him. 3 whites, not an issue. Good press by Christian Baddock out of LSU. 3 white lights. Now we got Jaden Low, who's currently forecasted first at a 777.5 kilo total, taking a second attempt squat, 282.5, 12 kilo jump from his opener. Biggest squat of the session thus far, and only on our second attempt. Jaden representing BMC, Blue Mountain College. Let's see what we can do here with 282. And he makes easy work out of that, not an issue with him. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. John Ogle, platform 4, 140 kilos, 308 pounds. Good press for him there. And for those following us on the action on platform 4 bench press, we have 3 commands in the bench press. We have the start, press, and rack command. So when the lifters unrack the bar, the referees are ensuring that their elbows are locked, their butt is in contact with the bench, and their feet are fully flat on the platform. Once their lifters are ready and in position to bench, they will receive the start command. They'll lower the bar to their chest, receive the press command. Once the bar is motionless on the chest, they'll press that bar back out to full arm length and then rack it when they receive the rack command. Very technical, very command heavy. It looks like Elliot from Indiana University is having a good lift there with 140 kilos, just waiting on those referee lights. Justin Ng, our lifter out of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Another 12.5 kilo jump for him, 245 kilos. Good lift for him there. 245, that is a good lift. 3 white lights for our lifter out of Chicago. Hunter Izbitsky up next here from Penn State University, 145 kilo opener. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now starting back up on our bench press attempts for platform 2. Kicking us off, we got Branson Storball who is opening us up with 92.5 kilos. He is coming to us from the University of North Texas. We've had a few lifters from that college throughout this weekend. Connor Johnson, platform 4, 155 lifters from the University of Cincinnati. Derek Hayes, final attempt squat here. Platform 3, 257.5 kilos. Good attempt there for him. 3 white lights.
Still got another 5 minutes for platform 1 to come back. Platform 2 has resumed. And we're still seeing some of the heaviest squats on platform 3 there. 290 for a third as we look ahead to Kyle Squires and a few people beyond.
Looking at the forecasted placings, we have 4 consecutive 290 squats that'll close out Flight B. That'll be very interesting to watch.
Love when the athletes fist bump the spotters and loaders. Really kind of feels like they're owning the environment there a little bit, rather than letting the environment own them. Kind of step into the space. It is a fight. Platform 3. Braden, successful 260. Super cool there. Excellent work. And only 5 kilo jump up from that second attempt. So a wise attempt selection. Excuse me, I was looking at the wrong lifter. 7.5 kilo jump up. Hakeem will be taking a 5 kilo jump now on platform 3. And I think we're going to see something special on platform 2. Oftentimes, you know, a lifter who is a single lift specialist will not be in the main flight, but they could set an American record in one of the earlier flights, and that's what we're seeing with Seth DeLeon. I'm not sure exactly what he's planning, but there's a 185 opening bench press attempt listed there, and a few bigger bench presses there in the second session. So what he's going to have to do is just set the highest possible bench press he can, and then just wait and see what happens in the next flight.
That's one of the difficulties when you have a weight class that's this deep. It's sometimes impossible to group all the top contenders in one flight. Since the groupings are based off of qualifying totals, these lifters might have gone over a year since posting up their qualifying totals, so they might be grouped in that lower flight with those other lifters.
Yeah, and at these ages, at these body weights, a lot can happen to change your total. We were talking yesterday about a few athletes who put 100 kilos on their total in a single year. That is a skyrocketing level of performance increase.
Trayton Roa, lifter out of Midland University.
I love that raw Titan singlet, by the way. Just feels snug and tight.
Very OG.
Yep, underrated. It's got these wide shoulder straps, too, that just kind of like hug your back a little bit. Great singlet.
Speaking about singlets, we'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, A7. They got a booth here at USAPL Collegiate Nationals. They are a great manufacturer of equipment, apparel, just all your needs as a powerlifter. We see our spotters and loaders are wearing their A7 shirts, shorts, and look pretty fly spotting and loading on these platforms.
Yeah, they've got competition shirts. About a year ago, they started producing USA Powerlifting's own gear as well. So a level up for the USA Powerlifting branded merchandise. Not to mention the performance equipment that all these athletes rely on. Shunsuke Isobe on platform 1 will be coming out at 112.5 kilos.
Caleb Calloway looking for redemption, 272.5.
All these lifters, you know, I bet they've hit these loads in training, come here.
Oh, and just loses his balance there at the top.
A strange miss, too. Looks like things were going fine about 80% of the way through that squat. Hope he's all right. See what he can do as he comes out for bench press and deadlift later on. Plenty of ibuprofen going down back in the warm-up room. Although I'll note on that, drug testing is very serious here. All winners are drug tested. Doping control officers were up late last night after lifting finished to make sure that these athletes handed in samples and collected things.
And we are very proud here to represent USA Powerlifting, America's choice for drug-free strength sport. USA Powerlifting has always been committed to keeping the sport clean, and at every competition at USA Powerlifting, we always test.
Yeah, I really like that. I've been out of meat tested plenty of times myself. I've done out of meat tests a few times for other competitors as a DCO.
Good second by John Ogle.
Yeah, I saw that. As we're starting to get into bench pressing, you know, talk me through kind of what are some signs of like efficiency on bench pressing. What are we looking for an optimal bench setup?
I think the biggest thing is making sure that you have a really nice clean unrack. I mean, the moment that bar hits your hands and you feel that weight being very light on the hands, that really increases the confidence you have in being able to hit the lift. I mean, if you have a really, I guess, uneasy unrack, or you're not in the right position unracking the bar and you're not comfortable in that placement, you're really going to have a tough time grinding the rep when it gets hard.
Let's take a peek real quick at Seth De Leon on platform 2 with that heaviest opening attempt at 185, a full 50 kilos up from the next athlete. In equip bench pressing, a little bit different. You're trying to leverage this piece of fabric on your body, and it looks like he's in for his opening attempt. But yeah, I mean, honestly, what you were talking about is this ritual. The fact that you have this kind of repeatable process that you can go to every single lift.
As we talked about earlier in the squats, these are 2 different divisions that are competing here across these platforms. We have our men's raw and men's equipped. Over on platform 2, we have our equipped lifters competing. And these lifters are wearing what's called a bench shirt. And these bench shirts are very restrictive in which these lifters are holding out their bench presses and literally pulling the bar down to their chest, using their back to pull the bar to their chest. And like a rubber band, that bench wants to pop back out. And so the lifters have to maintain control as the barbell presses out, and they lock their elbows to full arm length. So very completely different than what we'd encounter here with a raw bench, where we are controlling the descent and pressing the bar using our chest to bring that bar back out to full arm length.
We're about to see Jaden Low come out on platform 3. He's currently forecasted in first. If I'm not mistaken, he won last year in this division. So a favorite to return to the top 3 for podium. Opening and second attempt both look strong there. Excited to see what he does with 290 now. Blue Mountain Christian University, they have a strong showing this year, as they do every year. Jaden rocking that bar in, making sure he wedges in, getting tight. See the dedication this his athletes put in, the increase in muscle mass every year, increasing that total. Let's see what he's got.
Very fast descent and very easy squat for him there.
Wow, incredible. Nice work.
So Jaden Low actually won Collegiate Nationals last year, but he was competing in the equipped division, so he was competing in the single ply. And so he's coming back this year lifting raw.
Yeah, made his way back to raw. We've got his lifting history here pulled up. Looks like he had an appearance at Raw Nationals as well, with a 3rd place showing there. Very strong, at only 19 years old.
At Raw Nationals, he placed 3rd, totaling 765 kilos, and he's currently forecasted with a 767.5 kilo.
Bright future there for that athlete. I mean, honestly, powerlifting is something you can get better at for a long time. We see many of the top athletes peak in their mid to late 20s, even a little bit further beyond. And you can continue gaining strength for a long time. One of the things I love about powerlifting, it is this sport for people of all ages. Got plenty of age divisions here that are competitive all the way up to, I mean, honestly, the 70s.
And correction, Jaden's actually forecasted with a 785 kilo total. Significantly more than what he totaled at Raw Nationals.
We may see 800 get cracked today. What a grind. Platform 3. It's not there today. Good work from Davenport University. Throwing the hearts out to the crowd. Just unable, but plenty of lifting up ahead. You know what I mean? When you take a miss like that, you just kind of have to put it out of your mind. Have a little bit of a short-term memory and not let it affect you. It's so easy when you spend weeks and weeks and weeks training for this to, you know, just think about that miss. Focus on the negative when there's so much lifting ahead.
And with our final squat of this session, Michael Lewis is taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 290 kilos to close out the flight.
Quad fist bumps there. Michael Lewis.
We see that aggression in his face as he sets up in the bar, a lifter out of Wisconsin.
So serious, so ready for this moment right here.
Talked about earlier about that Titan singlet. He's rocking that here.
Narrow stance there, using those quads. What a fight there. Michael Lewis seals in 3 white lights. Super hyped about that. Wow. And we're going to see a battle in that division later on.
And that'll conclude our squatting for the men's raw collegiate 82.5 kilo division. As it currently stands, Jaden Low secures a 290 kilo squat and is currently forecasted in first with a 785 kilo total, followed by Derek Hayes from Utah State, 722.5 kilos, and then rounding out the podium, Tate LaFont from Louisiana State University, LSU, 715 kilos forecasted for him. And outside of the podium, Aaron Petzel from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign with a 707.5. And with a similar total, 707.5, we have Hakeem Bagoun from University of South Carolina, who will finish out in 5th place on the forecasted placing after squats. No lift on platform 4 for Christian. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a 10-minute break on platform 3 as we see the spotters and loaders are setting up the platform for our bench press attempts. Chase Toombs, platform 2, 137.5 kilos. Looks good for a second attempt bench press. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, not an issue. Matthew Perez able to break the chain of missed lifts on platform 4. 3 white lights for a successful 3rd attempt bench press on platform 4. Daniel Guy, 140 kilo opener, platform 1. We're getting started on our 3rd attempt bench presses on platform 2 for our equipped men's division. Good fight for Elliott from Indiana on platform 4. 3 white lights for him, secures 152.5 kilos. Hunter Izbitsky from Penn State University up next, going up 2.5 kilos, taking a 5 kilo jump to 155. Final opener for Flight A on platform 1, Tyler Collins, 147.5 kilos. Good press there by Hunter. And Brandon with a really big grind here, 127.5 kilos, able to secure and redeem himself. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. That is a good lift for him. Tyler Collins, 147.5. Easy work for him, opener. Connor Johnson, 167.5 kilos. This will be a final bench press attempt for Flight A on platform 4. Very nice press for Connor on 4. 3 white lights. TJ Rodriguez up next, 135 kilos on platform 2. Gets that press command. Can he fight through that sticking point? Looks like he's able to. Let's see what the referees say. Maybe there's a bit of an up and down movement there, but no, unfortunately, yeah, he does get the lift. 2-1, that is a good lift. 3 whites on platform 1. Silver Amaro, good attempt there on platform 4. Wash Yu up next on platform 2, 137.5 kilos. Two to one, good lift on 1. Andrew with a nice opener attempt on 4. We see the bar got a little bit stuck there on the rack on platform 2. Good catch by the spotters and loaders there. Good attempt by Noah on platform 2, 140. He gets 3 whites. Good opener by Kobe Pham on 4. Ryan Wynn successful with 132.5. Adds on another 10 kilos to his bench. Bit of a difference in attempt selection with squats compared to the bench press. When we think about the squat, we use a lot bigger of a muscle group, like our legs, glutes, back, so we are likely to take much bigger jumps, as we saw a lot of 20 kilo, 15 kilo, 10 kilo jumps. But on bench press, since we use smaller muscles like our triceps, shoulders, and chest, we are going to take smaller jumps, as we see here with Maximus taking just a 7.5 kilo jump from first to second. Not an issue for him there. Good lift for him on platform 1. Chase Toombs lifted out of McKendree, taking, again, a 7.5 kilo jump from second to third. Let's see if he can get that up. 145. Can he lock out those triceps? Let's go, Chase. See what the referees say. 3 white lights. That is a good lift for Chase. Way to come back for Chase. I know he went 1 for 3 on squats, able to secure 207.5 on squats, but able to lift 145 and go 3 for 3 on the bench press. Final opening attempt for our third attempt for our Flight A lifter, Seth De Leon, 192.5, 2.5 kilo jump. Lifter out of Missouri Valley College. Good lift on platform 2. We are just about getting ready to start up our bench press on platform 3. Kicking us off, we got Danny Lawrence, who will be taking 127.5 kilos for his opening attempt bench press. Good press by Yunsub. Eric Gould, good attempt there as well. Ivan Cortez, 147.5. Makes easy work out of that. And here we go, platform 3, kicking us off, Danny Lawrence with our opening bench press attempt for Flight A. Charles Smith on 2, good at white, good 3 white lights. Joseph Kim on platform 4, 155 kilos. Big bench coming up here on platform 4. Aaron Pretzel, 162.5 kilos for an opener attempt. Good lift for John on platform 3. Carson Lyons, Raging Cajun Powerlifting, coming up on platform 2. We hear the crowd cheering for him. He had a very successful squat session, ending his day with a 295 kilo squat attempt. Opening us up with 162.5. Very easy press for Carson. He gets 3 whites. Over on platform 3, we see Jonathan instructing the spotter and loader exactly how he wants his liftoff. Silver Amaro, platform 4, 7.5 kilo jump, 122.5.
Huge noise out there for the Raging Cajun, Ethan Goudry. Ethan Goudry really having trouble touching on that bench press. What we sometimes call the window in equipped bench pressing is this point that is heavy enough that you can touch the bar to your chest, but light enough that you can press. And it's a fairly small window for a lot of lifters. So difficulty touching, you want to be able to use that suit to the best of your ability, but of course you want to be able to touch and then finish the press.
Good attempts on both platforms 3 and platform 4.
Bryce Ostermeyer coming up 130. Just taking 2.5 kilos up from his second attempt there. That's a pretty mature move, you know. You and your coach come off the platform and decide, you know what, I really think we don't have a whole lot more here. Let's just finish what you're capable of. Let's see if you can do it. It's a little bit humbling taking a 5.5 pound jump, but you know, sometimes it is the perfect number to put on the bar, and doesn't matter what your training looked like. All that matters is today, how your warm-ups look like, what the load is moving.
And talk about perfect attempt selection for Bryce Ostermeyer.
And so that yellow card that he got from the 2 sides could be a lot of things. Kevin, can you walk us through the yellow card infractions on bench?
Absolutely. Yellow card on bench press is really, and for all lifts, it's really kind of like a catch-all. Let's work our way through the color cards for bench press. We have the red card, which is really only used more so on equipped lifting, which essentially states that the barbell did not touch the lifter's chest. So very common occurrence on to be given out for equipped lifting. Not a case for raw powerlifting as we saw here. The blue card can be either soft elbows or up and down movement of the bar. And the yellow card in this case can really mean a lot of things, but in our cases for Bryce, who got 2 from the side, it can mean either his butt came up off the bench or his feet came up off the platform.
Got "Hi Mom" written on the back for that athlete. I love that. More and more people using chalk to show a little expression when they come out here. You're not allowed stickers. There are, you know, guidelines on what you can modify your singlet like, but athletes still get a way to communicate.
And if you guys are joining us on stream, be sure to let us know who you guys are supporting and where you guys are coming from. We'd love to know where you guys are joining us from.
Solid looking press there on platform 3.
Daniel Parks, 5 kilos secured for him on 4.
Just like track and field, powerlifting is a blend of kind of a general level of conditioning, just increasing your overall muscle mass and then getting very good at moving this bar a specific way. So love to see the execution, this blend of pure strength and technique as well. Albert Evans grinding his way through that 3rd attempt. What an excellent call there, Albert. Talk about bar speed sometimes as a measure of how easy or hard a lift was. The slower the bar moves, the closer you were to your absolute limit there. And that bar for Albert was nearly stopped, so great execution there. More mature athletes are capable of moving a bar slower without stopping.
Talk about perfect strategy by the coaching staff, being able to select the perfect opener, 2nd, and 3rd attempt, making sure you're not going into your 3rd too gassed from your previous attempts. Oftentimes, some lifters will take a heavy 2nd attempt, reducing the amount of load they can add for their third attempt, they just empty the tank way too early.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the benefits of being able to open fairly light and being able to take big jumps from there.
Nearly saw the same thing from Maximus Peck, but just slightly too heavy there. Throwing some love out to the audience, to his team for cheering him through that lift. That's what it's all about. Tough pill to swallow sometimes. I feel like you gave it your all. Still came up short there, but this is one moment in time. You know, this is one competition. Collegiate athletes here usually compete 2 to 3 times per year. Certain colleges, especially in some of the bigger states, compete far more often there. Competitions are used almost as checkpoints in training along the way. I think Joseph Kim here might be asking for a side handoff. I'm not sure why he was talking to the 2 side spotters. We're going to see what happens there on platform 4. Arisha Hamidi could not quite get through that bench press.
And our last opener on platform 2 was successful. Daniel Gill was able to bench press 192.5 kilos, 425 pounds for an opener.
Ivan Cortez now 152.5 there. No wrist wraps on platform 3. Typically see almost all athletes using wrist wraps as a way to stabilize that joint. Doesn't usually add strength, but it can protect you from excessive wear and tear in training and competition. Ivan Cortez gets the press, but it's too heavy today on that attempt. We'll see him out here for deadlift in just a little while. 3 sessions today. This will be the first. We've got another blend of men and women, raw and equipped, coming later in the day, so stay tuned for that for session 2 and session 3. Eric Guo working that bar down and unable to get that press there. Looks like he opened raw, took a jump up to 140 now. Cannot go back down after that 40-kilo jump, so we'll see what happens for his 3rd and final bench press. And Elijah Logan there on platform 2 missed at 155 and will be going up to 160. Sometimes athletes think that a heavier weight, especially on equipped bench pressing, just gives them that little extra downward gravity force, help force that bar down, make it easier to touch on the bench press. Meanwhile, Roshan Patel, platform 1, successful, 152.5. That was actually the lights for Daniel Guy right before, excuse me. Same load, loaded on the bar.
We hear the BMC crowd loud and proud, supporting Elijah on platform 2.
Can he do it? The head is lifting, by the way. And reverses that. That head lifting was a rule that used to be a staple of USA Powerlifting, got removed not too long ago. You are allowed to lift the head now. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but for some athletes it is. Nice work, Aaron Potzel, platform 4, 172 bench press.
Alex Cano opening us up with 165. Good press for him there.
Big Ragin' Cajuns community out here. Tyler Collins, 5 for 5 so far. Successful start to the day. Sorry, this is Carson Lyons. It looks like our LiftingCast data here is slightly behind. We see Carson Lyons on the platform there. And I am looking at the wrong lifter. Low touch there, nice press. We've got 4 screens up here, 4 platforms, trying to keep everything straight. Apologies for any mistakes here in lifter names or loads on the bar. We will do our best to get you guys the correct information.
Final flight and final bench press attempts for flight B. Andrew Yastobi grinding out an additional 2.5 kilos, 137.5. That is a good lift for him.
Nice work, Andrew.
Ethan Goodry up next, 175, missing 170, taking a 5 kilo jump. Looking to redeem himself here on the second attempt. John Morrill coming up here on platform 3, only taking a 2.5 kilo jump. Meanwhile, Kyle Kim taking a 5 kilo jump on platform 4. Fortunately, it looks like Kyle's feet kind of slipped on the platform a little bit, causing him to lose lift. Ethan presses that out. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, he's on the board.
Sunil Vital now opening up with 107.5. Princeton in the house. Sam Campos now in a little bit of trouble, misses opening bench press here. I believe he had trouble touching his chest. So we're going to see if he can make a correction here.
That is a good attempt for Sunil on platform 1. Kobe Pham, third attempt, 150. Couldn't get past that sticking point. We'll see him back on the deadlifts.
Really common sticking point for athletes. Kind of that point where your elbow is just about 90 degrees there, somewhere about 4 inches off the chest for a lot of people. That point that either is a make or break for your bench press. Kyle Schoenbeck really arching his back there, getting his shoulders set, and then bringing his hips up. Whole point of that, by the way, is to raise that chest contact point higher off the bench press to just reduce your range of motion, make your elbows a little bit more open when the bar actually touches your chest. Ultimately, these things combine to make it easier to finish the press.
We want to be as efficient as possible here in powerlifting, so if we can minimize the distance between point A and point B, in theory, we can use more energy to put more weight on the bar.
Sam Campos there did make the correction, 177.5 in the books. Tom Zuccarello now continuing, 180 is good there.
Colton Anderson on platform 4 looking to redeem himself with 162.5. Missed that on his second, retaking that for his third.
And if you're cheering for lifters on platform 4, it's the end of third attempt bench presses. We want to be supporting your lifters there. Jesus Mendoza will be the next lifter, 165. Here comes Denarian touches, gets the press command, and successful with 187. I don't want to speak too soon, but there it is. 3 white lights. Always a good idea to wait to see what the signal is from the 3 referees.
Jordan Love, 3 white lights on platform 1. Jesus Mendoza unracks 165.
Something we haven't talked about yet, but is present at these larger competitions. We've got a jury that is watching all 4 platforms. If you feel like there was an error with what happened on the platform, you can go to the jury and ask them to look at that call again.
We have 2 jury sets here at Collegiate Nationals. One jury, which is consisting of 3 either Category 2 or Category 1 referees. So the highest level of referee attainable here under USA Powerlifting. So they are in charge of ensuring that all the rules of performance technical and non-technical rules are being followed by the lifters, coaches, spotters and loaders, and all other support staff at the competition.
Shout out to Aiden, by the way, for that grinder of a second bench press attempt. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Referees volunteering their time to watch. It's a difficult job here, you know. You have to be here for quite a long time. Early mornings, late nights. A lot of people think the referees are out to get them or the jury's out to get them, but I mean, kind of one of the core rules of refereeing is like give the benefit of the doubt to the lifter. Lucas Zastro throwing up 130, easy opener there.
Slow grind there for Daniel Gill, but presses it out and gets that rack command. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1, that is a good lift for him.
And you are a national referee. What's your reason for doing that? You know, for kind of continuing up the level, for giving back to the sport?
I think for me, it's always been about getting as involved as I can in the sport. I feel like refereeing is one of the easiest ways to do that, beyond spotting and loading, beyond coaching. I also meet direct, so I feel like just being a referee allows me to understand the sport from a different lens, because there's understanding the sport from an athlete perspective, from a coaching perspective, but being able to see and fully understand the rules and understand the reasonings for why those rules are the way they are helps me become a better lifter in that sense.
It's great. We're happy to have you.
I'll be refereeing on one of the platforms after this session concludes.
Well, we'll make sure to see which platform you're on and judge your calls very harshly. Just kidding. Xavier Chavaria, successful second attempt, and we're moving our way into third attempts. Platform 2, the highlight of the 82.5 equipped lifting here we'll see in this flight, rounding out third attempt bench presses. Typically we see the athletes high in the forecasted as the last bench pressers, but honestly we have quite a lot of variability here. Bench press in equipped lifting, one of the things that takes a little bit longer to learn, so perhaps earlier in their path of learning.
If we see here on the forecasted placing for the men's raw 82.5, Aaron Petzel from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, he's currently forecasted in third place despite being in the earlier flight.
Wow.
So his job really for deadlift is going to be put up the highest possible total to fend off any competitors looking to snag his forecasted podium position.
And we'll see our final third attempt bench press, Nathaniel Cabrales taking 182.5. That's a huge milestone for all the lifters. Watch on platform 4. Unable to do it today. Notice the grip. He had his grip maximum width. You can see those powerlifting rings on the bar with these detailed cameras. Not only that, but he rotates the wrists and the elbows out a little bit, artificially widening his grip even more. Common style for some of these lifters trying to maximize leverages.
As long as those ring fingers, those index fingers are fully covering those rings, that grip is legal.
And we're going to break that platform down on platform 4 and prepare for deadlifting. Moving right along here, platform 3 still benching.
Elijah Logan, 3 white lights for BMC, platform 2. Not to be outdone, Carson Lyons is up next. 175, a 5-kilo jump by the Raging Cajuns out of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Here we have the screen switch on platform 3. We got Moises Zuniga, 155 kilos for his second attempt bench press. That was a good lift on platform 1. Good lift for Moises on platform 3. Carson Lyons receiving a lot of support from the crowd from the Raging Cajuns. He's currently forecasted in 7th within the top 10, looking to break into that top 5 position. Tim Pham, University of Houston, 145 kilo opener for him. That is a solid attempt by Carson Lyons. 3 white lights. He is currently 6 for 6 going into the deadlifts, building some insane momentum. Charles Smith, our lifter out of Texas A&M University, looking to hit 175 kilos for his 3rd attempt at bench press. He's currently forecasted just outside of the podium level position. Currently sitting 12.5 kilos under Denarian Eckles from Midland University.
Let's see if we can pull up what the record is for that 82.5 kilo equipped bench press. Collegiate records are separate from our open records, by the way. It's a separate category, so let's see what that record is. Leonard Wong there opening strong at 152, just like we like an opener to move. Something you can do for somewhere around 3 reps. Platform 2 is Ethan Goudry now, 185. Missed, went up, successful, went up, and now we'll be taking 180. Touches, can he lock it? Out. What a fight, but the referees did see downward motion on the bar, those blue lights next to the red X that you see. Not too long ago, by the way, we moved from totally circular white lights and red lights to a different shape for accessibility. Easier for people at further distances to see those. And we added check marks and X's to make it easier to recognize for colorblind folks as well. So just increasing the ability to follow along the sport for everyone. And Sam Campos now the lifter. Touch and a press there. Good work, Sam Campos. Just stacking on kilos.
Had a bit of a mishap in his opener, had to retake his opening bench press attempt, but is able to secure an additional 5 kilos to his total, ending at 182.5.
You know, he's forecasted in second, and those 5 kilos are going to make a difference when it comes down the line and we're pulling deadlifts, and he doesn't have to pull that extra 5 kilos now after having made that. So if your goal is winning, sometimes making the lift that's slightly less, locking in those few extra kilos, so important as you come in the stretch toward the end of competition. Check the setup on Adnan Allen, University of Texas, Austin. Very narrow with his feet on the setup.
Feet right out in front of the bench. Kind of setting up heel to heel. Toes very pointed outwards, almost towards the referees.
Yeah, interesting how people kind of generate tension in the lower body differently.
Works very well for him as he benches 190 kilos raw.
I've seen a lot of lifters in Scandinavian countries adopt a similar style there. Eddie Berglund, famous for something like that. Sweden, Norway, Denmark. A lot of bench specialists coming out of that area. And that's one of the things I love is these little pockets of technique, perfection that we see around the world, borrowing good ideas where you find them, and just continuing to try. View your time as a powerlifter as experimentation.
So Denarian is successful with 195, which extends his current forecasted placement in third. Creeping up right behind Samuel Campos, who's in second.
Coda Robinson now from the Navy, on platform 1, 135 kilos there. Hope you guys are enjoying your Saturday mornings around the world as we're watching these lifters here at USA Powerlifting Collegiate Nationals 2025 in Oklahoma City. Three white lights there, Coda. And that was Navy followed by military. I'm wondering if there is any rivalry there at all, or if they're just friends.
Danny Lawrence from FIU, 142.5 kilos.
Yeah, and his wrist wrap's almost so low. I'm not sure they're gonna actually help him there.
Gets the start command just in time, just under 4 seconds. Good attempt, 3 whites.
Yeah, as you can see across platforms, most lifters having the wrist wrap cover at least part of that joint there, providing that compression.
Fortunately, no lift on platform 2. You got blue cards, so either up and down movement of the bar or failure to lock out the elbows.
And Xavier Chavarria, our final third attempt bench press on platform 2, finishing out the equipped 82.5 kilo division. 202, jump to 207.5. We're going to see it right now.
If successful with this attempt, that'll put him at a 725 total, just outside of the 5th place.
Lucas Zastro next door, 10 kilo jump and slight work at 140. Come on, Xavier. It's a good touch. And it's not there. Looks like he fell out of his groove a little bit.
What an amazing catch there by the spotters.
Yeah, really glad we have effective, strong team there, keeping these lifters safe. And we'll turn our attention to platform 1 as we finish there. Plenty of action left on platform 3 and 4. Go ahead and split screen that so you can watch all the powerlifting all the time here with us.
So after that miss from Xavier, that actually swaps places with Carson Lyons. So now Carson Lyons sits in 6th with Xavier falling into 7th. And as we finish our bench press attempts for the men's equipped collegiate 82 division, Daniel Gill leads the pack from Sam Houston University with a forecasted 770 kilo total. Samuel Campus from Texas A&M University with a 762.5 kilos, so just 7.5 kilos underneath Daniel Gill. And then 5 kilos underneath, Denarian Atticus from Midland University rounds out the podium with a 757.5 kilo total. Charles Smith from Texas A&M as well, 740 kilos in 4th. And Ethan Goodry from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette with a 737.5 kilo total. Good attempt there on platform 3. No lift on platform 3. Connor Johnson from Cincinnati, 215 kilo opener, platform 4.
Philip Crum now taking 145 for a ride on a second attempt. guest lifter here, which tells us that he was just over on body weight. Weighed in at 83.45. Lifters can miss body weight for all kinds of reasons. Hard weight cuts can definitely affect performance here, you know. So another one of the differences between training and competition is you may be at a different body weight, entirely different body weight. We want to shout out Element, one of our sponsors here. Fantastic electrolyte drink that you can use for training, for competition, for rehydration there. Any activity where you're sweating out electrolytes can just help that little extra bit there when you care about performance.
I currently have my drink right now. I'm using the watermelon salt electrolyte drink mix for my water. So it's getting me through this session so far.
Hey, sponsor of USA Weightlifting too. Much love to them. Tim Pham, 152.5. Good lift there.
Nice press by Robert. Stacking on another 2.5 kilos for him on the third attempt bench. Oh, and looks like Elliot might have started cramping up there on platform 4.
It's a cramp. I've been through that. Makes me heartbroken to see that. My last competition, I was just cramping all over the place, and it feels like you're fighting your own body out there. You want to do the lift, and your body's not letting you. Cramping sometimes does affect athletes. I mean, honestly, cramping is still a mysterious thing. You would think it's kind of solved by now, but not totally understood about all the reasons why athletes cramp. Doesn't have to just do with electrolytes.
Still putting in an attempt there on for his second deadlift, so let's see if within the turnaround of the second round he's able to actually get an attempt on the board.
Good press, Leonard Wong, 160. And still 6 benches left on platform 3 there. Plenty of action ahead, and we have to move into the second flight there. So for whatever reason, that platform moving slightly behind some of the others. Here is Matthew Perez now with his opening shot at 242 on deadlift on platform 4.
No issue there.
No issue.
Moises from Longhorn Powerlifting, University of Texas at Austin, 160 kilos.
Sky with a good second attempt there at 165, but doesn't look like there's a whole lot of room there to go up for a third attempt. Maybe one of those wide shots to just take a small jump there. If you're a fan of numbers, one of our favorite pastimes is choosing the number we think an athlete is going to make on a third attempt. If we were their coach.
Darian Baez, good attempt there, 247.5.
And Sunil says, nah, no lift off there. I'll take care of it myself. Some lifters feel like they get a little bit more control when they do it themselves. You don't have to wait for the spotter loader to get out of the way before you get your start command. So potentially saving some resources there, but you are wasting a little bit more when you unrack the bar yourself.
Good attempt for Sunil.
Yeah, good work there on a final third attempt. I think that was a limit lift for him, so 3 white lights.
Yeah. Sunil's actually going 6 for 6, so really good momentum building for himself as he moves into deadlifts. I mean, we talk about mindset and consistency. I mean, it's super important for these lifters to go 6 for 6 and get as many attempts on the board as possible. It really helps build morale and just increase that confidence going into your final attempts of the day.
Yeah, and even for a kind of a longer term perspective, you know, having a lot of meets where you go high performance and just continue to make lifts, it just builds overall confidence that you're a capable athlete. Nice work, Christian Braddock, opening at 250. Nice 170 bench press on platform 3.
Dominic Bird looking to redeem himself on platform 3. Missed 172.5 after taking a 10-kilo jump from his opener. Has to retake that here for his third. Let's see if he can hit that now.
Kyle Schoenbeck unable to get through that sticking point there. As Jaden Low will be the next lifter. 2.5 kilo jump. The minimum jump you can take here. Just a 1.25 kilo plate on each side. Narrow grip there on platform 3. Look at that. Very tricep-driven bench press.
Unfortunately, not there on the day. He'll walk away with his opener at 162.5.
So tough day for bench pressing there. Little loss of balance for John Ogle. Tipped forward a little bit. Could not quite get the down command before he finished that lift. Unfortunate to see, but balance errors are among the easiest to correct. Hey, and we've just got word that Adnan Allen is going to load a national record attempt for a third bench press coming out of University of Texas. So 2 Texas athletes back-to-back, A&M, followed by University of Texas.
At Austin.
At Austin. Unbelievable. Platform 3. Is he going to get it? Oh!
2-1. Good lift for him there.
Oh, my God. Excuse me. I've never seen an athlete fully lock out an arm and then work to lock the other one out at that much of a difference. What a press.
And now keep your eyes on
Someone
platform
clip that
3.
for later.
We
Wow.
have Adnan Allen from the University of Texas at Austin, Longhorn Powerlifting, going for a national record attempt at 195.5, chipping what I assume the national record is 195.
That weighing in 150 grams below the limit there. 5 for 5 so far. Great start to the day. Adnan Allen. Can you press 195.5 for a new national record? Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
And that is probably one of the easiest record attempts I've ever seen.
He's locked it in.
There he goes. Very ecstatic, very happy with his attempt, as he should be, as he just secures a new national record.
Okay, and here's the thing. He was in the first flight. We're looking ahead at the second flight, and we're seeing some openers there that mean that record is in threat already. Derek Hayes is probably eyeing that record. We'll see him in about 10 minutes there from Utah. Very interesting to see this development. 1 minute 30 left for platform 2 to come back for the start of deadlifting there. Meanwhile, Lucas Zastro just pressing out 145 there. Excellent attempt selection call. Good execution, 2 white lights.
Hunter Isbisky taking a 15-kilo jump from first to second on platform 4. Good attempt there for Hunter. And we are just under a minute away from starting our platform 2 deadlift attempts. We got 175 loaded for Noah Garcia from UTA. Sam Johnson locking out 145, tacking on another 2.5 kilos to his total. Meanwhile, Tate LaFont makes easy work out of 130 kilos. Braden Keisel taking a 15-kilo jump, platform 4.
Great looking press there, Braden. And when I say press, I obviously mean deadlift. Final few benches on platform 1 as we finish up there. Really successful group here. A lot of solid lifting there on platform 1.
And a solid press by Aaron on platform 1.
Yeah, continues the trend there. Maybe they're trading some tips back and forth. And John Ogle there with a bobble on the opening attempt, corrects on the second attempt there. They're lifting on kind of a low pile textured carpet out there. It's not exactly rubber, but it's great to kind of get some friction there for the sumo deadlift stance.
Michael Lewis on platform 3, who had the highest squat, matching Jaden Low, but lifting at the very end of the session with 290 kilos, opens us up with 140 kilos. Good attempt there for him.
And Arjan unable to get 147.5 for that. Good second attempt there. Only 5 kilos down, so that will haunt him in his dreams over this next training cycle, and I'm sure it will propel him onward. Matthew Perez, all business for 257.5. Just waiting for Brandon Salazar, our second deadlifter on platform 2.
Got his clock running down. He's got about 25 seconds left.
I wonder if he's still warming up because he's been out here all day so far. 5 for 6. Unless he runs to the platform here, he's going to miss this attempt. Philip Crum now successful at 150. Let's see the lights. Yep.
So Brandon Salazar is actually timed out of his attempt. So his 1 minute timer expires. So now the next weight will be loaded for the next lifter.
You know, powerlifting an extraordinarily safe sport, especially compared to other sports. But occasionally something happens in the warm-up room, tweaked muscle, pulled muscle, something like that. Most of the injuries for powerlifting, kind of chronic stuff that happens every once in a while, but yeah, what a solid base for athletics in general, you know, let alone its own sport.
I was handling lifter on the first day, and we actually had a lifter go onto the platform with 1 second remaining on his opening deadlift because he had forgotten his deadlift socks.
Oh, no.
So he was putting those on in the back. He ran out into the platform, got his deadlift, and it was a really good moment.
Oh, he got it. Great.
In the warm-up room. Yeah. What a story.
Yeah. Final bench press is now platform 1 there, finishing out a fantastic session. 2 lifters taking 165. Sky Rong will be the first. Holding it down for UCLA. Can he get through that sticking?
What a fantastic
point.
press. Can he lock out that right tricep?
So
and
close there.
unfortunately.
Spotters and loaders are trying to wait until the lifter, you know, would obviously get a red light before taking that. And that would have been some downward motion there. So keeping the lifter safe. Unfortunate for Sky. Let's see what Leonard Wong can do with the same weight.
You know, you want to let the lifters fight for their lifts. Don't take the bar too early.
Absolutely, yep. Had a few cases of relifts where lifters felt like the bar was taken slightly too early. And let's turn our attention to Elliot Hasbrook, who is 0 for 2 in the deadlift so far. After finishing all 3 benches, we really want him to finish this. Coming from Indiana University, let's go. And I think it's that hamstring glute. Yeah, we saw him on the opener. Okay, it's a cramping issue. Gonna take some time. Back to the drawing board there. Good luck, Elliot. And with that, we've wrapped up benching on platform 1. So we're going to switch over for a big view of platform 2 as we are slowly making our way over to deadlift for everyone.
Connor Johnson is our lifter on platform 4 who would close out his day with a 235 kilo deadlift. Looking to go 9 for 9 if successful with this pull. And there you have it, Connor, our lifter out of the University of Cincinnati. He goes 9 for 9 and ends his day on a great note. Good lift for TJ on platform 2. Justin Ng with a huge bench attempt here on platform 3, 167.5 kilos. Very easy press for him there.
And yeah, platform 3 is the one we had a national record already. And on second attempts there, depending on how Derek Hayes, even Jaden Low moves, they could be within striking range of taking that. I would love to see a bench American record battle trade-off. Nothing cooler than back-to-back record breaks. All right, over on platform 2. 245 kilos, 250 will be the last 2 opening deadlifts here. Chase came to work here. Representing McKendree, strong showing for McKendree. Going for a pretty narrow hook grip there. You can't see, but his thumb is tucked under his other fingers, kind of creating a little hook to hold the barbell. Not comfortable at all if you've ever tried it, but it's a great way to hold a barbell.
Braden Kaizo, unfortunately, unable to get that third deadlift up on platform 4.
And Branson Stobaugh, 250 kilos now for his opening deadlift. Sumo stance, kind of lining up his feet there to make sure he's totally symmetrical. Lightning fast there, Branson. Just like we like that opener to be. Plenty of room left in the tank to continue going up.
Bit of an awkward sticking point for Hakeem on his opening attempt bench press. He gets 1 red light for that, but is able to be successful with 175.
It's a grind for LSU's Christian Braddock, 265. Waiting for the lights. Should be a good lift. There it is, 3 white lights. Missed, went up, successful, 265. He'll go home with that one. So all right, platform 3, Jaden Low there. Yeah, walk us through it, Kevin.
Our lifter who's currently forecasted in first place, if successful with this bench press, he'll be at 785. He's really widening that gap with Derek Hayes. Right now, their gap has increased to 60 kilos between the two of them. So Jaden Low is looking pretty comfortably in that first place position.
No surprise, that much muscle mass, very capable lifter. Let's see how this opener moves.
Darian Bias has a bit of a bobble there on his third deadlift.
Yeah, unfortunate for that.
However, Jaden Low, pretty successful with that opening attempt bench. Looked really good.
They've got a minute to put in that second attempt there, so as soon as they put it in, we see it. If you want to go to LiftingCast.com, you can follow along, and we will both see it at the same time. Brandon Salazar there, 210, missed, went up, made, and 3 red lights in.
And Derek Hayes is our final bench presser of this opening attempt round. 187.5, 413 pounds.
Now just, 7.5 kilos down from that American record. So we'll see how this moves. Look at how wide that grip is.
Very easy bench press attempt.
And fully maxing out that rotation that we talked about earlier there. Yep, no issues for Derek.
So it's looking like Adnan Allen's bench press record might be under threat by Derek Hayes. Let's see what Derek puts in for his second attempt bench press.
Finally got our 10-minute clock ticking on platform 1 as we wait for deadlifting. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we've got platform 2 going on deadlift, halfway through second attempts. And John Ogle there.
Able to redeem himself there after missing that opener.
Oh, throwing a little shade to the audience there, saying he's using his head. Talk about jump sizes being important there. We're seeing something interesting on platform 4. We saw a 15-kilo jump from a first to a second attempt, and now a 20-kilo jump up to a third attempt. Big size jump if we take a look at kind of the percentage increase in bar load.
Must be feeling really good today.
It's getting slightly more popular to take larger jump sizes for the purpose on deadlifting of conserving energy. And he knows what he's doing there. Matthew Perez.
Seems to be a worked out strategy for him. 3 white lights. That was a really good attempt for him.
Locked it in. Awesome. Seth over on platform 2 will be taking 227.5, just over 500 pounds there, getting his feet set.
Seth is forecasted within the top 10 in the equipped division. Looking to advance in his placing.
Strong pull.
And there you have it, 3 white lights.
Nathaniel Cabrales, 215, could not be faster. Notice a lot of these lifters looking directly at the head ref, waiting for that down command. I never liked kind of turning my head while I was deadlifting, like.
Kind of use that peripheral to see the hand motion.
Yeah, just listen to for that kind of verbal down as well. But if you want to make extra sure, you can take a look over there. We do thank the head refs for moving to the side, so we get this head-on view of these athletes as well. TJ Rodriguez now on platform 2. Easy work at 237.
And same thing for Kyle Squires on his second attempt bench press, 142.5. Easy work for that.
Five minutes left now, and platform 1 will be returning for deadlift.
Michael Lewis, our lifter out of Madison, taking 147.5 kilos.
Nicholas Gee now just getting set for 245 on platform 2. There it is. Guest lifter just missed on body weight. Actually, yeah, quite a bit over.
And that was a good lift on 4 for Kobe Pham. And we just got word on these forecasted placings and these attempts that Derek Hayes will be attempting a collegiate national record attempt for his second attempt bench press, which will beat Anand Allen's bench press, which he hit in the previous flight. So Derek Hayes will be attempting 196, which will beat out Anand's 195.5 by half a kilo.
Yeah, and honestly, Jaden Low there, I think with that 182.5 second attempt is going to be a little bit too far to chase. But the current American record holder can do nothing but wait and watch. You never want to, I don't know, think that an opponent's going to miss, but I'm sure he wants to keep that record. There's Yoon Sub Kim, 240 kilos, platform 4. Awesome work there, and some efficient deadlifting across the board. Branson Stobaugh's opener was so fast. 15 kilos almost didn't seem like enough. Let's see what he does here. See the muscle mass in the lower body. Same thing there, so electric through that finish. 265. I mean, honestly, just besides missing on strength, sometimes for the sumo deadlift, lifters kind of get caught on their legs or can't finish with their hips through. another common problem, or depending on how wide the stance is, balance becomes an issue. Kyle Kim now with his toes all the way to the plates. No problem there for Kyle.
We notice how after he gets that down command, he brings those feet in.
Let's go Noah Garcia with the shades on platform 2. Extra style points there. Unfortunately, doesn't add kilos, but let's see what he can do with 200 kilos. Grinding his way through the finish. Just can't get his hips through. All right, and Brandon Salazar now taking a 17-kilo jump up for 227.5.
Chasing that 500 pounds.
Chasing it so much. Can't resist the draw of the even numbers. Brandon Salazar, I hope you're successful. Let's go.
Joseph Kim successful at 250 for his opener.
Yes, 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 yes.
There he goes. 500 is locked in for Brandon. 2-1.
Oh, he doesn't seem too stoked about that. Another day in the books for him.
Probably wanted a little bit more, but
all right, Jesus Mendoza rocking UNT
on his singlet.
Yeah,
let's go.
Oh, it's fast.
We got Braden on platform 3 giving some final instructions to the spotters and loaders. And we are just about a minute before the commencement of platform 1 deadlifts. Kicking us off, we'll have Luke, who will be taking the bar to 215 kilos. We see the referees getting in their positions ready to officiate this session of deadlifts. We'll get started in just about a minute. Caleb Calloway, University of Miami, 175 kilos, platform 3. Silver, another UNT lifter, 265 kilo opener.
Nice work for Silver there. 265 looks great. And with that on platform 4, everyone is on the board with a successful opener. Love to see it. Now you can start taking some risks, take some jumps, play around a little bit. In just a moment, Luke Clatterbuck will be starting us off for deadlifting on platform 1, as we got the final 4 bench presses now for the raw 82 men. 177.5 loaded. University of Illinois' Justin Ng. What he's doing right now is making sure he's totally symmetrical there, kind of using his hands to gauge the difference between his left and right sides there. Symmetry kind of all important for making sure your shoulders are in a perfect position. And of course, you know, further up that your hands kind of mirror that.
Justin Ng is one of those lifters that's really defined and refined his bench press technique. As we see here, 177 was no work for him. Very easy attempt for him. 3 white lights.
Slipping out of his hand, Seth De Leon just couldn't finish that deadlift. Shaking the hands of the referees. I think that's a pro move. Just pay your respects a little bit. Shunsuke lightning there at 215, coming from UMass. And let's see what TJ Rodriguez can do here for a 3rd deadlift attempt. Yep, it's slow, but he is working. Man, he's working, but it just wasn't there today. At the end of the day, you know, you're just calling the right number. You can't fight gravity any more than your body is capable of. So on the day of the competition, you essentially have to meet your body where it is and say, this is what my machine can do today. Here's Jaden Low, young athlete coming out of Blue Mountain Christian, 182.5. God, the hair is amazing. Look at the cross there. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but just amazing. Let's see if he can do with this bench press.
Very quick press command there.
Did he even get a press? That was so fast. Wow.
Probably one of the faster press commands we've seen.
Yep. And he did kind of take advantage of a little bit of sink into the chest as well.
Up next here on platform 3, we have 196 kilos. So the chips are going on the bar. This is an American collegiate record attempt. We saw in the earlier flight Adon Allen break the record, which stood at 195. He upped it by 0.5 kilos to 195.5. And here we see Derek Hayes taking the record for a spin on his second attempt at 196.
Would you want to watch or would you want to not watch? If you were Adnan.
I would watch.
I would watch?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe he's certainly in the back watching the screen.
Chase Toombs just holding that last deadlift with confidence, 257. Nice work out of McKendry.
Very nice attempt by Aaron on platform 2. On platform 4, 260.
And let's watch this national record bench press attempt. It's a grind. It looks good.
It looks like a good attempt to me. 3 white lights. That is a new American collegiate record attempt for Derek Hayes.
And now that he's broken that, he can take literally anything over 196 for a third attempt and keep a chip advantage.
I mean, the ball is in his court. Jaden Low is currently too far out of reach for Derek Hayes, but Derek Hayes really has the opportunity to extend his lead in second place. So he can really take whatever attempt he wants.
I don't think so. I think Derek Hayes can do it. He's only 20 kilos back. So Jaden Low will have to falter, but I have seen it happen. The better lifter is often the one who just makes more attempts. So we'll have to wait and see what happens on that. Okay, Daniel Guy now taking 227.5 for an opener. We've got a fight on platform 3.
Let's go, Tate.
What a press, what a load selection there.
Every kilo is important, and for Tate, those 2.5 kilos were all worth it. Joseph Kim, a bit of work with 265 for a second attempt. Gets 3 whites. Let's see what he does for his third.
Nice, Xavier, 215. Snappy.
And Daniel Guy as well, 227.5 for an opener attempt. Jesus, our lifter from UNT, going for 600 pounds, 272.5.
Now we just started deadlifts on platform 2 for that second flight. We'll be determining the winner of the equipped 82.5 men in pretty short order here. So if you want to follow along, check the standings, go to LiftingCast.com.
That'll be LiftingCast.com. Scroll to 2025 USA Powerlifting Collegiate Nationals, Day 3, and you'll see all the action there with the live scoring as you can follow along with the live stream.
Quick work, Eric Guo. Quick work, Price Ostermeyer. Excellent deadlifts from each of these guys. The pace of powerlifting competition is so interesting. High energy for squat, kind of medium, low energy for bench press, and it brings way back up for deadlifting. Colton Anderson there, 275 kilos, successful, platform 4.
Over on platform 3, we see Derek Hayes has actually put in 199.5 for his third and final bench press attempt. We'll see that later on.
Such an interesting number there. You would think he could go to 200, right? But 199 gives you a potential advantage when it comes down the final stretch there.
It forces your competitors to have to load a bit more in order to beat you out on the total. They can't tie you since they don't have any chips to their advantage. And chips are what we call increments smaller than 2.5 kilos. All increments and jumps made on the barbell have to be increments of 2.5 kilos unless you're breaking a national record.
Got chips, we got keys. Over on platform 4, we are watering the bar so that it will grow. No, we are cleaning the bar off. Potential blood there. So we're just making sure that we keep the bar sterilized for lifters, get it extra clean.
Keep everyone safe. Shunsuke over on platform 1, 232.5.
Nice press there, platform 3. I'll tell you what, I am really impressed with platform 3's overall performance so far. Great attempt selection, great execution there from these raw men.
Yeah, so we're certainly going to have our winner coming out from platform 3, flight B. But it's really interesting to see that these are the heaviest attempts we are seeing throughout this whole session. Yet, these are a lot of attempts being made. So very good attempt selection from the coaching staff. Very experienced and high-level coaching going on here on platform 3.
Luke Clatterbuck now. 235 on platform 1. Nice and smooth. And as we've seen a range of sumo deadlifting, nice to see a little bit of conventional deadlifting there. Hands outside the feet. Just about finding what works best for you. Again, experimentation, your best friend here. Take some time to find out what works.
And what a fantastic attempt there by Julio Roman on platform 3. Able to grind out 162.5.
Big energy on platform 1 as Ivan Cortez takes 235. Thomas Zuccarello takes 250.
And a bit of a grind there on platform 4. Nathaniel Cabral is 250 kilos, taking a 25 kilo jump. Unfortunately, got some up and down movement there on the bar. But still, a 25 kilo jump and able to get it up is impressive on its own.
You know, the difference from training to competition, so much waiting here. You know, you finish your opening attempt there, and you kind of just have to fill this gap of waiting with something. Oftentimes people listen to music, you know, talk to their coach, sitting quietly.
Eat.
Yeah, eating some food. Pacing. Really kind of see the attitudes come out in those quiet moments in between lifts. Yeah, Carson Lyons now 252. All good with the front double bicep.
3 white lights. Good lift for Kobe Pham as well on platform 4. We got Braden giving some final instructions to the spotter, his handoff person, attempting 175 for his third and final bench press attempt, looking to go 6 for 6.
And so far we have been focusing on kind of like, let's say, the top 3 placing, but literally every place down to, I think, 35th earns you team points for your team. We've got updated team rankings now. For all 4 divisions, there will be team awards handed out tomorrow at the conclusion of lifting for the weekend.
And a fantastic third bench press attempt on platform 3. We got Yoonsup Kim, 267.5, holds onto it, gets that down command. Let's see what the referees say there. 3 white lights, that is a fantastic lift for him.
Arshia Hamidi now on platform 1, 240. Strong jump to a second attempt. Yeah, and it's up and through for the finish. Nice pull. You'll obviously see the white on the legs of these lifters, baby powder, making sure we reduce friction there, making sure the bar doesn't stick to the legs, reducing one more reason that you might miss a lift.
Aaron, unfortunately, was unsuccessful in that 272.5 kilo deadlift attempt.
And a great pull from Sam Campos there, 265. Close to over-pulling there, but was able to stabilize that barbell. So over-pulling kind of means, like, you know, you extend your back so much that your knees re-bend, causing you to miss the lift.
We got two 275 kilo deadlift attempts here. Joseph Kim for his final on platform 4, and Daniel Gill for his opener on platform 2. Daniel Gill is actually our lifter who's currently forecasted in first place after this opener.
Come on, Joseph Kim. It's not there today, no. Kyle Kim now coming out for the same exact weight, 275. Does lock it out. Looks good.
Good attempt for him there.
Let's go.
Justin Ng, 182.5, third and final attempt bench press for him. Let's see if Justin can break past that 400-pound mark. Lifter out of the University of Illinois. Good and easy press for Justin. Successful with that. He gets 3 white lights. Justin having a good day so far. Jesus Mendoza on platform 4, 277.5 kilos.
We're going to see a really tight battle for the top 5 placings for the equipped division as we're getting into second attempt deadlifts.
As it currently stands after opening attempts, Daniel Gill is forecasted in first, followed by Sam Campos and Denarian Ackles from Midland, rounding out that third level position. And again, Daniel Gill and Samuel Campos in first and second respectively are only separated by 7.5 kilos, a very tight margin after only the first deadlift. So plenty of lifting left to go as we still got seconds and thirds. So we'll definitely be seeing some jockeying for position.
Yeah, that's a single lift. All right, Aiden Roelt, 230. Nice pull there and a finish.
We got Jaden Low up next, 192.5.
Can I get your autograph? J. Low, platform 3. Love the signs, love the personality. Need more signs, need more handmade objects, you know what I mean? Nothing says I care about you than a handmade sign.
So if successful with this attempt, this will actually put Jaden Low past the 800 kilo mark. This will put him at 802.5 on the forecasted rankings.
What a huge total there. Let's go.
Good attempt there by Colton Anderson on platform 4, 290 kilos, 3 white lights.
Great work, Colton. Great work, Eric from RIT, getting 3 white lights from platform 2.
Jaden Low gets that lift off with 9 seconds remaining on the clock. Let's see if he can get that start command in time.
Good press there. Good call. Choosing the right number. What a bench press there for Jaden Low.
And that, after Colton's deadlift, that concludes all of our lifting over on platform 4.
Just in time for platform 3 to finish up their bench press. We'll go to a full break here after this bench press, and we'll be back once platform 3 is ready to deadlift.
As mentioned, Derek Hayes broke the collegiate American record that was broken initially by Adnan Allen in the previous flight. He broke that on the second and is looking to re-up on his own now American record bench press for his third.
Can he break the broken record right here? Derek Hayes. Energy, plenty of time to set up. The technique execution there. See him just maximize that grip width. Come on. A hair under 200 kilos. Yes?
Very quick press command there, but nonetheless, he gets 3 white lights.
Wow. Fantastic. Yeah, I got to be honest there. Platform 3, some quick press commands on that platform. Sometimes you get lucky with who's in the chair, and it is a part of the sport. It's absolutely a part of the sport, and you know, we kind of can't deny it. So not to say that other athletes are at a disadvantage, but you show up, everyone's in your flight, they're all in the same flight, and you still have to lift to your standard and do your absolute best. So we will return once Platform 3 is ready to deadlift on that platform in a short 10 minutes. And we'll turn our attention to Platforms 1 and 2.
Platform 2 will produce And Sam pulls through, gets that down command. And let's see what the referees say. 2-1, that is a good lift for Sam.
Welcome back if you're joining us over on platforms 3 and 4 as we're just getting started for deadlifting there. Platform 4 has wrapped up for the day, actually, so we'll be focusing on platform 3.
So after that pull, Sam actually managed to pull himself into second place provisionally. However, Daniel Gill, who's currently forecasted in third, is looking to overtake Sam. This is worse, a second place finish. Daniel's looking to beat Sam by 2.5 kilos if successful with his second attempt, with the third attempt. Let's see it, Daniel.
Everything he had today, just not enough. Daniel Gill, with that miss, he drops to third.
And it opens up the door for Ethan to now swoop in and try to bump Daniel outside of the podium.
Yeah, again, edging him by just 2.5 kilos. Minimum he needs there.
Ethan took a 22.5 kilo jump from opener to second, and is now taking a 12.5 kilo jump from second to third. Not a crazy jump if you think about the progression he's made on the deadlift, so this is a doable attempt for him. Let's see if the Raging Cajun, the Louisiana lifter, can pull through. We hear the crowd, we hear the noise, we hear the horns. Can Ethan pull through and manage to swoop and take a bronze medal?
Phil Crum there with 75 kilos. I think he should go up. That was a pretty light lift for him. Come on, Ethan Goudry. Come on, Ethan. Give me the lights, he says. Let's go, Ethan.
And he will be your bronze medalist.
Finish on your own terms there, Ethan.
So a victory lap here for Denarian. He's the last lifter to go. He is in first place. He's looking to up his deadlift by 10 kilos, which will put his total at 787.5. He's already won first, looking to just go 3 for 3 on deadlifts. Show them who is number one. Let's go, Denarian.
Just a technical deadlift for him.
And the Midland University Warriors pull through as Denarian claims the top spot in the men's equipped 82.5 kilo division.
Well earned there for Denarian from Midland.
And so just to recap the men's equipped collegiate 82.5, Denarian Ackles rounds out our first place finish from Midland University at 787.5. Sam Campos from Texas A&M at 777.5. Ethan Goudry from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and third place at 772.5. Daniel Gill, our medalist from Sam Houston University at 770. Carson Lyons from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette with a 740 kilo total.
Two platforms remain for this opening session here at 2025 Collegiate Raw Nationals. Sorry, Collegiate Nationals. Raw and equipped. Nice work there on platform 3. Arjun Singh. We just finished determining the winner of the 82.5 kilo equipped category. Raw remains over on platform 3 as they're getting started on deadlifting. Coda Robinson, 227.5, great lift there. This guy wrong there. Nice opening 230 deadlift opener.
Moises Zuniga, 242.5 kilos for his opening attempt.
Timing for these warm-ups really important before they come out. You know, you don't want to take it too soon. You don't want to be crowded where you're taking your warm-up and then running out to the platform. Experienced coaches, coaching staff, unsung heroes here at this competition for good reason. You want to give the credit to the athletes, credit where it's deserved. But it takes a lot to get these athletes here and make them successful. Oh, Aryan, super fast, 230. Let's see what Leonard Wong is bringing now with a 235 kilo opener. About halfway through opening deadlift attempts there on platform 1. Just returning back to a little baseline after that battle of the flight that just finished.
Braden Ballman coming to us from Friends University, successful with his opening attempt. Javier Salas up next with 250 kilos. Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi.
Aaron Atakuzzi now from Oklahoma State. Potentially a local here from Oklahoma. Really love the convention center we're in, by the way. Relatively new building, plenty of space here in this long training hall with 4 platforms and nearly 150 feet of warm-up space for athletes back here. Tons of Texas Strength Systems equipment. These bars, these racks, these plates, fantastic.
Very speedy attempt for Aaron on platform 1.
Dominic Bird, nice work there for 252.5. And you talk about leverages and how leverages affect lifting. You know, the difference between, let's say, the size of your torso and the size of your femur has a huge effect on which lifts are going to feel easy for you and which lifts are going to feel difficult. You know, I mean, oftentimes athletes with, let's say, shorter arms might be better at bench pressing.
Yeah.
Shorter torso might be better at deadlifting.
And it really goes back to understanding the differences as to why certain lifters are good at certain lifts versus others. I mean, when you think about a shorter armed lifter, they might be exceptionally better in the bench press, but might struggle a bit in the deadlift as their range of motion has to increase a lot more. They have to pull that bar a lot higher and bend down a bit more just to get that bar.
Yep, and we're all just dealing with the genetic cards that we've been dealt, trying to maximize our lifts here. Sam Johnson credited with 250 there, great lift.
Danny Lawrence up next from FIU, opening us up with 260 kilos. Florida International University.
Just getting his feet set in that shoulder width deadlift stance. See that, no, we're seeing sumo on the platform 1. Come on, Kyle. 255 opener. A lot of training led up to this moment for so many athletes. And Sunil Vital over on platform 1 has had a fantastic day so far. 6 for 6 headed into deadlifts. Can start to hear the bass as they're turning the music up a little bit out there. Nothing better as a deadlifter than a little bit of energy out on the platform. Come on, Sunil.
One of our Ivy lifters coming out to us from Princeton University.
So cool. Yeah, we have quite a few lifters coming across a few different Ivy League universities. I think it just goes to show some of the range of these athletes.
There's a very competitive Ivies Cup that goes on every year up in that region.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's awesome. Oh, fast for Brandon. 265.
Our chief referee making sure that that bar is cleaned for every lifter, ensuring that there's no blood on that bar.
Yeah, and hats off to our spotting and loading crew there, taking care of lifters during this. Takes a lot to keep this meet running smoothly. Philip Crum there stands up with 225 kilos. You know, I told him to go up quite a bit, and it looks like he did.
150 kilo jump for him there.
He went up the size of his
biggest jump you'll see.
Yep.
Charles Ellison, 267.5, just shy of that 600-pound mark. Makes easy work out of that. He'll go way past 600 today.
Little delay in the overlays, by the way. You're currently seeing Tim Pham. There he is. 227.5, 3 white lights there for Tim. Two openers remain on platform 3. We've got Jonathan Twaddle, John Morrill there. John Morrill took an opening squat, took another attempt and decided, you know what, I just want to bench press, and is moving on after 3 successful bench presses to deadlifts. Local lifter from Colorado, where I'm from. Love to see him succeed here. Lucas Zastro there, a little heavy for a second attempt there, but that 15-kilo jump up to 230, successful. All these lifters getting that all-important experience here at the national stage. It's not just about the weights, it's about the weight cut, it's about the travel, it's about the attempt selection, you know, going out on the platform, the experience that it takes to just kind of control your energy. Charles Ellison locks in 290 there. Good opening deadlift. And what will Nolan Miller bring now? 15 kilo up. Nice pull there for a second attempt.
Final opener here on platform 3. We got John Morrill with 295 kilos.
Yep. Yeah, huge opener here. So solid. Look at the short range of motion there. Very efficient deadlifting. Swagger coming off the platform. We love some swagger here.
Arian KC, 12.5 kilo jump.
All right, getting the bar loaded for Arian KC. As you've already seen, there is no start command on the deadlift. Lifters get to take their time, set up, and just begin the pull when they're ready. They just have to wait for that down command to finish the lift. But Kevin, let's briefly run through the infractions that we might see on deadlifting.
Absolutely. So the most common infraction you'll see on deadlift would be obvious infractions like failure to obey the chief referee's command. So if you're jumping the down command, so if you're deadlifting the bar up, you lock it out, but then you just quickly lower it without waiting for the chief referee's signal to bring the bar down, that'll be a missed lift. If you have any up and down movement of the bar, so if that bar is coming up, and then that bar dips back down, and then you lock it out, that is unfortunately a no lift. If you support the bar on your thighs or you hitch the bar, such as using any momentum to get that bar to the lockout. That'll be a no lift. One other infraction would be failure to lock out the deadlift. So if your shoulders are not back and your knees are not locked. So that's a very common infraction here, where a lot of times lifters will lean way too far back and then their knees will become soft. That is a very common infraction you'll see on deadlift. Or if they have a very soft lockout where their hips are kind of forward and they don't get those hips through, and their shoulders are forward, that'll be an infraction on deads. As well as dropping the bar. You have to follow the bar all the way through the platform until the plates touch the ground. If you drop the bar before the plates actually touch the platform, that'll be a no lift as well.
Yeah, it's not a library, but at the same time, we don't want lifters to, just let the bar free fall from the top.
It is a control thing as well. The referees want to make sure that the lifter demonstrates full control of the weight, not only on the way up, but on the way down as well.
Shaking those thumbs out there. Successful lift. And we have Leonard Wong. No, we don't. We have Aaron Atazuki. Sorry, again, these overlays. There it is. Okay. It is Leonard Wong. It is 252.5. He is ready for it. It is work, but he is all the way through to the finish with that 3 white lights.
Arjun Singh, 15-kilo jump from WashU, Washington University in St. Louis.
We're going to see some huge second attempts here. It is really cool to see the increase in the standard, even at the collegiate level. Jordan Love now, 255, 15-kilo increase.
Good attempt there by Moises on platform 3, 255. That is 3 white lights. And if anyone's wondering what is that white stuff on the lifter's legs, that is not chalk, that is baby powder. So the baby powder allows that bar to, it reduces any friction the bar is that's created when the bar rubs up against your skin. A common phrase in powerlifting is chalk makes it stick and powder makes it slick.
Man, for the longest time, I thought Johnson & Johnson would be a perfect sponsor for USA Powerlifting. But yeah, I don't think they're interested. Let's go Sam Johnson, 267.5, inching his way to 600 pounds. Ooh, and it's looking good. And just like that, that lifter turned into Kyle Schoenbeck with 600 pounds. So congratulations, Kyle.
Braden Ballman up here from Friends University, a 15-kilo jump, 262.5. Lifter's actually Robert Belcher. It's Dominic Bird. Dominic Bird is up here with, oh, and unfortunately, I think he dropped the bar just before that down command. Sunit Vidal up next here on platform 1 with our final second attempt deadlift of this platform. $295 lifter for the Princeton lifter. Not there today. He still has his third attempt to reattempt that. Let's see if he can come back and hit it. Good lift over on 3. £606 up next for Javier Salas.
All right, Tim Pham, 237.5 there. Slow, but a little too heavy today for Tim. You can see the disappointment on him as he comes off the platform. Little reassurance from the coach there, coaches, and we will see him through and back to lifting. Third attempt misses can be difficult in the moment. Hopefully over time they lose their sting and motivate you to be a better athlete. Uncover the reasons for the miss, uncover new methods of training and continuing to push forward. Luke Zastro now the lifter. Double checking, yes it is, 237.5. And Alex Kano over on platform 3. Kano a little too heavy on that fairly large jump size of 22.5 kilos. A little too much today for him. Sorry, 12 and a half kilos.
Charles is up next on platform 3, 280 kilos. Charles Allison. Very easy lift there for our UVA athlete. 3 white lights, that is a good attempt. A no lift over on platform 1. Brandon up next from Arizona State University, also taking 280 kilos.
Well, lifting the knees, we don't do that, Brandon. Just kidding. The calm moment of collection before the deadlift. Philip Crum here is trying to take the award for the largest spread from opening deadlift to third attempt. He's still going, come on. Not there today, Philip Crum.
I believe he still has that title with a 150 kilo jump from first to second.
Yeah, true. Brandon Seifert now, 280, sorry, Danny Lawrence is the lifter. 282.5. A little bit up from what we're looking at here. Coda Robinson now coming out for 255. Very patient setup here for Lawrence.
No powder, no problem for Danny. 3 whites.
Coda Robinson is working.
Bit of a fight at the knees there, just at the quads, but slips out of his hands.
Jonathan Twaddle, 302.5.
667 pounds.
Much love to Gino there. Gino
puts on a show whenever 302.5 is loaded.
Just what an announcer. What a history of announcing amazing lifts in USA Powerlifting.
And these are only second attempt deadlifts, and we're well past the 300 kilo mark right here.
And at the top, it just slips out. Sure, he's not happy about that.
But again, these are the second attempts, so he still has one more remaining attempt in order to get something on the board.
Absolutely. Aryan KC, 255. Great third attempt there. We still have a few third attempt deadlifts left on platform 1 before session 1 is complete. John Morrill just about to take a 15-kilo jump up, 310 on the bar.
Very leveraged lifter for deadlifts.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, that will not go up.
A little bit tough there. See what
He
he can
is
do for a
credited-
third attempt. Yep.
He is credited with 295. We'll see what he does for the third. Likely retakes, but who knows? Could have been a positioning thing. A lot of the times with a very technical deadlift like that, it really comes down to how perfect you can get your position and be consistent with it.
Sky Wrong now the lifter for 260 kilos. There's Sky. A little out in front of him. Oftentimes, if you're deadlifting sumo and your knees lock earlier than you expect, nearly impossible to finish that pull. Unfortunately for Adnan Allen.
If you recall, Adnan Allen actually was the first lifter in this session to broke the American Collegiate bench press record. So he will not be walking away with that, but that's still a very valiant attempt for him.
Yeah,
Only
tremendous
with one
performance.
miss,
Yeah.
one miss of the day.
Great performance, 8 for 9 overall.
And to be competing with the top lifters, despite not being in the, I guess you would call it the heavier flight, that's still a very incredible performance for him.
And I hope a lot of these athletes will come back, over the years of their collegiate career, kind of max out their eligibility and continue to gain strength. There's Landon Dean.
Adds another 10 kilos to his deadlift.
Leonard Wong now setting up for 260. Final deadlift here. Come on, Leonard. You get the down command. Leonard Wong, 9 for 9 today. Huge performance for him. 220, 165, 260. Leonard Wong, UCI represent. All right, Arjun Singh, 265 kilos. Meanwhile, we're loading the bar for Samuel Johnson. Coming out, 280 kilos there for Samuel Johnson, platform 1. Platform 2, Arjun is working, he's working. Did he get the down command?
Yes, he did.
Slow and methodical, great pull, Arjun. We've got 3 deadlifts left on platform 1. First to the bar, Samuel Johnson here. Samuel is locked in. He's pulling. He's finishing the lift. Celebrating even as he's pulling through that last little bit. 3 white lights, Samuel Johnson. And another 9 for 9 performance there. Upholding an excellent standard of lifting. Kyle Schoenbeck here has had a little bit of a difficult time today with his third attempts. Could be coaching, could be execution, just choosing the number. Want to see him make this third attempt here at 285 kilos.
And on a good note, let's go, Kyle.
Yes, Kyle. No, Kyle. Unfortunately not there today. Looks like he's healthy and will continue to train. How soon after a competition do you usually want to go back and train?
I usually just take like 1 day of rest.
Let's get right back to it.
Just do some accessory work.
Yeah.
Take a bit of time from going back to SBD, but at least get in and out of the gym, get the body moving. Unfortunately, a no lift for Dominic Bird on platform 3.
And we're waiting to see what's happening on platform 1. If Sunil Vital is coming out. The head ref was just there and just checking to see what is happening. It looks like Sunil has decided to pass on that. And with that, we are concluded on platforms 1 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in the chat, for supporting your lifters, for being part of this community. We hope to see you here again. And there's plenty of action up ahead. Platform 3 will determine the winner of the 82.5 kilo collegiate division today. Plenty of lifting for the rest of the day, for tomorrow, and we will check back with you a little bit later today.
Robert Belcher up next, 280 kilos. 617 pounds, comes running out into the platform. Let's go, Robert. Robert makes easy work out of that attempt. Definitely had a lot more in the tank. But a good comeback for him, going 1 for 3 on squats, but then managing to round out his day on a really good note, going 3 for 3 on bench and 3 for 3 on deadlifts. What a way to recover from the attempt selection. Up next, we got Alex Cano, who's re-attempting 280 kilos, who missed it on his second attempt. Looking to seek redemption on his third. Let's go, Alex. Unfortunately, it will not be there as he gets stuck at the knees again.
Javier Salas now 282.5, high belt placement there.
Kind of shifted a little bit as he started pulling.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Quick shout out while we have a moment. Sour Strips has given us a tremendous amount of candy. It's all around the venue. We've got these amazing candy. And the company was actually sponsored, or sorry, the company was started by an athlete who started in our world.
Max Tuning.
Yep, Max Tuning, bodybuilder. And I think they got bought by like a major company. I've seen them in Costco. It's just kind of cool to see it start from our world and spread out. So hats off to Sour Strips, and thank you for the support. Great candy, too. I would highly suggest the raspberry lemonade, Sour Strips. No good there for Brandon Seifert at 285. Downward movement. Very close there. Charles is the current lifter. 292.5 kilos.
Lifter out of UVA. Go Who's Charles Ellison is successful with 292.5. 3 white lights.
Oh,
let's go, Charles.
The celebration. Those are the moments I want pictures of.
What a great attempt. Very awesome to see athletes being very happy with being successful with their final deadlifts. Danny Lawrence up next with Florida International University, taking the bar up to 295 kilos.
Danny Lawrence, Florida International. So patient there. 12-kilo jump now, third attempt. Trying to get every kilo out here. And in the top 15 here. Working,
Let's go, Danny.
Working.
Gets that down command. Let's see what the referees say. That's
Well
3 white
earned.
lights.
Wow, great.
You'd think for a moment he wasn't getting it after that bar stalled, but he managed to push past that sticking point and lock it all the way through. Good job, Danny.
I did. I lost hope for a second. Shame on me. Jonathan Twaddle now. Missed at 302.5. Decided, you know what? Let's put an extra 2.5 on there, and let's see what happens.
This will actually put his total at an even 700 kilos, so
You know what?
probably chasing that.
That was it. Just go for it while you're here.
Let's go, John.
Come on. It will not be the case today. Good performance. Great to see him out here on the platform, and we will see him again, I hope.
And to close out our Flight A deadlifts for our Session 1 Platform 3 lifters, we have John Morale taking 310, who unfortunately missed it on his second attempt, but now is retaking that for his third. John Morale.
Yeah, it looks like if he's going to be successful at this, he's got to be patient. You know, he's got to just continue to pull at the start, wait for the bar to move, and then he can kind of turn on the thrusters.
Representing the University of Colorado in Denver.
Let's go, John Morrill. Yep. So close there at getting through.
So much better than his second attempt, though, but just unfortunately not enough juice left in the tank.
And with that, we move our way into Flight B here on Platform 3, where we will be deciding the winner of the 82.5 kilo weight class. Some huge openers to look forward to. 2 athletes opening at 320. We're going to have a deadlift battle on our hands. Let's see if we can look up what the record is for you guys.
As we get started with our Flight B deadlifts, just to recap our current standings, we have Jaden Low with a 802.5 kilo forecasted total after the opener, representing Blue Mountain College. Derek Hayes from Utah State University in second place. Nathan Tanzi in third. Tate Lafont in fourth. And Hakeem Balagoon in fifth place.
Justin Eng opening up at 230. We should expect to see no heroics here as these lifters are getting through on these openers. I mean, especially with the standard of lifting we've seen in this Flight B. So we'll see what things turn out.
Good ascent there by Justin. Last competed in Salt Lake City, Utah, Raw Nationals.
I was there for that. Great venue, great lifting. Fist bumps. Let's get him around. Create your vibe bubble here. Julio Roman Cordero.
And for the lifters lifting in this flight, these are the lifters that had the highest qualifying total coming into this session. So these are the lifters that are carrying typically the most amount of experience and years under their belt. They have been through the trials and tribulations of just being in and out of competition. So we'll see a lot of experience handling and attempt selections here as these coaches are trying to jockey for position and land these lifters in the highest placing possible as they round out the session.
Caleb Calloway now taking the bar to 260. Really tight grouping for the next 7 or so lifters as we go 260 to 272. Here comes Caleb, setting his feet perfectly in position. Higher up in level you go, more small things kind of need to align perfectly for you to get these deadlifts up and through. Wedging in, there's the breath, dropping the hips. You'll notice on the way up, he actually bent his arms just a little bit there. Sometimes people do that to try to clear the bar. Always freaks me out just a little bit. I think they're going to use their arms under load that's kind of not meant to. Adesh Ramdanas now, 260 is the load. It's a small detail, but we don't often see feet that wide and fairly straight. So kind of leaning out on the edge of his foot there to get a little bit of traction and tension. 3 red lights there. And with this opening deadlift, Braden will secure a 700 kilo total. And we'll be going from 700 kilos to 800 kilos by the end of this flight.
Braden asking the spotters to reposition the bar on the platform, something they're allowed to do. Making sure the bar is exactly where the lifter wants it.
Fast.
Very
pull.
snappy opener by Braden.
Really letting those arms relax, dropping those shoulders. Kind of increases your efficiency just a little bit. If you can imagine looking at the lifter from the side, they'll be a little bit more upright at the start of the deadlift. Air Force's Kyle Squires now the next lifter, 265.
We got a good representation from our military schools. We have Air Force, Navy, and Army represented here at Collegiate Nationals.
Good opener there for the Air Force. Letting that bar fly.
Very good to see the level of support a lot of these lifters are getting from the crowd.
Here is Colton Love.
Texas A&M up next. This is one of the teams that's really up there in the standings.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Across all divisions, really. Strong presence here at the collegiate level. All right, successful there for Colton Love. It'll be Michael Lewis now.
Or Badger from Wisconsin.
Oh, locking that belt in with authority.
All right, Michael Lewis, let's see what you got.
It is fast.
Bit of a wide conventional stance, just pretty wide feet with hands just outside the knees.
Yeah, not a stance you often see. Speaking of kind of finding out what works best for you.
I mean, it seems to be working well for him.
Here's Davenport now. Opening at 600 pounds. Fairly large flight size here. So a lot of downtime, a lot of time to just sit and cool down. Really tough to kind of stay warm between these attempts. I mean, obviously, you need some rest in between heavy squats, heavy bench, heavy deadlift, but you don't want to cool down, you know, to the point where you're not prepared anymore.
Don't want to cast any commentators jinx, but so far, all good white lights so far. Not only have all lifts been successful, but all these lifts have been fairly easy for all the lifters, meaning that they are taking openers that are significantly easier than what they should be. I mean, these is the competitive flight, so they will be jockeying for position, taking big jumps, and really seeing what they can maximize when it comes to the total.
Absolutely. I also just lit some incense and cleansed this space of any bad juju, so we've done our job. Hakeem, quick work there with 275.
I mean, all of these lifters having a good day so far. Barely any misses on this flight. Something you rarely see at the national championship.
Yeah, I mean, so as the standard of lifting goes up, like you do expect performance not only to increase in bar load, but also for lifters to get more efficient. You know, they're better at choosing the right number, at executing.
Absolutely, and with competing at these national championships comes just more levels of more years of experience. So these lifters get to know their bodies more, understand what they're capable of doing, and really be honest with themselves and know what they have truly on the day.
Long lower body here for Hayes, maximizing that advantage with a wide stance. And Hayes was our athlete who finally walked away with that American record bench press, so he can pull too. Brother's well-rounded.
Yeah. Which is kind of what it takes nowadays to be at the top.
All right, Nathan Tanzi, 295, nearly at, look at him starting at one side and swooping all the way to the other side. I love the rituals. It's so interesting to see the different rituals and the way that people set up for deadlifts.
Yeah, I mean, the setups are very individualistic, and they work for the lifters.
Doesn't necessarily matter what your setup is as long as it's consistent.
He's got his feet to the plates and brings those in as soon as the bar comes down.
Yeah, and we do have a little blood on the bar there. I saw it on the knee of that athlete.
Avoiding any crushed toes.
Yep.
We got 2 deadlifts remaining, both at 320 kilos, which is over 700 pounds.
Yeah, huge jumps. We went 295, 25 kilos up now, 320.
We got Tate LaFont and then Jaden Low coming up next in that order. Tate LaFont representing LSU, Louisiana State University.
Really curious to see how this is going to move. You can hear the audience from here. I think Tate came to deadlift.
And unfortunately, that is a no lift for Tate.
That's a big problem, by the way. That was a miss on strength.
Yeah, I mean, that bar did not break the ground.
Yep. We're going to hope something was off there. We'll see what happens as he comes around for his second attempt.
Jaden Low, our lifter who's currently forecasted in first, is taking his opening attempt deadlift at 320 kilos. This will actually put him at above an 800 kilo total on just his opening deadlift. This will put him at 802.5, representing Blue Mountain College.
So casual. I don't know if you saw the self-talk there. Big fan of self-talk.
We hear the BMC kids in the back, Blue Mountain Christian University. They got a lot of lifters competing today and throughout the weekend at Collegiate Nationals.
That's right. I remember the setup from the knees. Yes, so fast.
So snappy.
The confidence. 337. 337 for a second attempt, perhaps. We'll wait to see. Tate, understandingly, repeated. We'll see 320 for Tate on a second attempt. And we're back to the start of seconds.
Justin Ng will kick us off on our second attempt deadlifts. He will move to 250 kilos, taking a 20-kilo jump. Rightfully so, 230 moved like an opener should, and 250 should be of no issue for Justin. Let's see it, Justin, our lifter coming out to us from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Good work for Justin there, making 250 fly. 3 white lights. Caleb Calloway up next, University of Miami. 10-kilo jump, just shy of 600 pounds, 595 currently loaded on the bar. Let's see it, Caleb. Got a bit of a delayed down command there as he finishes locking out that lift. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1, that is a good lift. Got a red card infraction by the center judge, indicating that either he did not get his shoulders back or did not lock his knees, just failure to lock out the deadlift. But despite that, he still got a good lift from the two sides. Julio Roman Cordero up next with 275. Good lift there for Julio. And it appears that Caleb Calloway has actually scratched his third attempt deadlift, so he will not be coming out to take a third and will be credited with 270 kilos, which he just hit on his second. 280 kilos up next for Adesh. Taking a 20-kilo jump from first to second. Fast and easy lockout and good lift there. 3 white lights. All of these lifters having good days thus far. Michael Lewis, our Badger from Wisconsin, coming up to 282.5. This is 623 pounds. Michael matched with a few other lifters in having the highest squat of the session, 290 kilos. Gets that down command and gets 3 white lights from those referees. Just waiting on those lights. There we go. Kyle Squires up next, Air Force Academy. 285, another 20-kilo jump.
Taking a look at Jaden Low's jump to second attempt there, 342.5, 5 kilos above what I thought. So very confident there, 22.5-kilo jump. At a range like that, expected, you know, something in the 17 to 25 kilo range. Pretty common there for deadlifts of that size.
And this is probably one of the best executed flights we'll see here at CNATS. I mean, barely any missed attempts. A lot of lifters are probably going to go 9 for 9 here.
Yeah, it's a clean board. Really, really good to see.
Lifter out of the University of Cincinnati. 22.5-kilo jump. Makes easy work out of that. No issue for Braden. 3 white lights. Again, perfect execution thus far. No missed attempts on our seconds thus far. Hakeem had one of the higher bench presses of the session, being able to stay with the top of the pack there. Also holding off strong in the deadlifts. Hakeem's currently forecasted after this pull in 7th place. He'll be standing really close and in that fight for a top 5 position.
And it looks like after a little bit of jockeying, Michael Lewis still will be in 3rd but have to pull and then wait to see what happens after that. One of those cases where you just kind of have to do your best, put up the biggest possible 3rd you can and say, you know what, that's the most I can do today. Zach Uhaz, the current lifter now, 287.5. Davenport, really big team.
The team has expanded a lot in the recent years, been showing up deeper every CNATS.
Good pull there.
A lot of good lifting going on here from Davenport.
Yeah, I love to see it. I think he was apologizing for taking his belt off the platform. Totally fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm asking my co-host Kevin Serrano here because he is a national referee. So all the rules briefings that you guys have been provided with, certified by a national referee. Here's the jump size for A&M's Colton Love, 290. Really trying to cover some ground here. Oh, and it's good. He's got a large top end. We'll see what he can go up to.
That actually moved Colton into the top 10, so he's really looking to sneak into the highest placing he can to score points for Texas A&M University. Again, even for the lifters that are sitting outside of the medal positions, which is 1st through 5th, these lifters will really try to place as high as they possibly can for those team scoring rosters. These big schools that have high representation in all these divisions and weight classes, it's really going to come down to how high they can place to help their team out.
Just getting that bar ready for Derek Hayes, our American record bench press holder. Took a 12-kilo jump up to 302 will be the load for him, currently in 2nd.
Derek Hayes is sitting in 2nd. However, any mistakes from Derek opens up the door for several lifters to sneak in and take that silver medal position from him.
Big pull here. Needs this. Come on. Solid. No wasted time there.
And with that successful attempt, Derek Hayes currently sits at a 759.5 kilo total. And again, he has a chip on his shoulder with that advantage of a 199.5 kilo bench press American record attempt he hit earlier this session.
Yeah, it's getting increasingly hard to catch him for these other lifters.
It's going to be a very interesting battle for 3rd, though, as we have Hakeem, Zachary, Michael, Nathan, and Kyle all battling for that 3rd place position. We actually have 3rd through 8th currently separated by only 7.5 kilos. A very interesting battle, and all these lifters can end up in all sorts of places within that ranking.
All right, Nathan Tanzi now, 302.5. It's slow and steady, but his left knee did not look locked out.
Yeah, visibly shaking there. He does get 3 red lights, so can't contest it to the jury.
All right, and if you'll remember, in first attempts, Tate LaFont, 320 deadlift, our heaviest opener, took it just before Jaden Low. Unsuccessful on strength. Big trouble here. He's going to have to make this.
LSU, being one of the other strong teams in this competition, does need Tate LaFont to hit something in order to score points. If successful with this attempt, that'll put Tate LaFont in the top 10. So very valuable points there scored for LSU. So it really is a kind of go for broke attempt here if he can manage to hit this.
Yeah, he's got to get this. Let's go, Tate.
He still has one more attempt remaining after this, but we really don't want to go there and have to hit it on the third. If he can hit this here, that'll really help him out. And unfortunately, it does not break the ground again. I think it might just be a strength issue.
Not a whole lot to say there. He's not too happy about that. Wonder how warm-ups went. Sometimes you don't get time to change. You are allowed to change your opening deadlift up to 3 minutes before the flight starts. So plenty of athletes have had to do that before. Depending on how warm-ups move, you make the adjustment.
It could be a buildup of fatigue. I mean, you provide your openers at weigh-ins, and weigh-ins today were at 6:30 a.m. So it's been quite some time since then. So maybe some fatigue is built up after squatting and bench pressing. So
yeah, current local time, 12 p.m.
That does factor into how these lifters are performing on the day. It is a long day for these lifters.
All right, Jaden Low now running away with the crown.
Which actually a national record attempt is what it looks like here on the screen.
Is it the total or the lift itself? No, it looks like it's the lift itself. I swear I saw him pull like 360, but maybe that was equipped.
It might be the total as well. Who knows? However, our lifter from Blue Mountain Christian University is looking to further extend his lead.
Let's go, Jaden. Lock in.
And he easily locks it out.
Crowd is electric when they saw the speed of that deadlift.
Looks like he's good for 360 plus.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. And with that, we're getting started off on our third attempt deadlifts. Justin Ng taking a 15-kilo jump, 265 kilos. Let's go, Justin. Lifter out of Chicago. Bit of a redemption meet for him here. Competed at Salt Lake City, Utah Raw Nationals. Looking to go 9 for 9 at the 2025 Collegiate National Championship. Let's go, Justin. Gets that down commit, and he is happy.
Nice pull, Justin. 2 updates for you. One, Tate LaFont has zeroed out his third deadlift, so he will not be coming out for a third deadlift. Given the way that second attempt 320 looked out on the platform, I think he's just decided, that's it. That's what I've got today.
I think that might be the good decision. There's no need to risk any injuries trying to pull something that you don't have on the day.
And Caleb Calloway has decided the same thing. 270 was all I had for a second, so he is done for the competition.
Good lift there for Braden.
Julio Roman Cordero will be the next lifter now. 2 lifters will be taking 295. 2 lifters will be taking 300. 3 lifters at 302.5, and we're nearly there.
So a very tight race here. Braden is actually currently in third. However, all the way from 4th to 8th place in Hakeem, Zachary, Michael, and Nathan and Kyle, there is a 5-kilo spread between them.
That's so close. As a coach back there, you have to be tracking the totals of 7 lifters at this point. Usually you get to focus on 1, 2, or 3 or something like that. Big brain stuff going on back there.
So Braden has finished out his day and is currently sitting in third. However, with all this lifting left to go, all he can do is wait and see and wait for all these lifters to finish their final deadlifts and see how well he can fend off his position in third place.
Yeah, at this point with all this changing, I mean, ultimately make your lift. You know, I mean, the placing is going to be determined by who can make their third.
It seems like we're pretty set on first and second as we got Jaden and Derek with a pretty sizable leads on both of those ends. It's really a battle for bronze and fourth and fifth to secure those medal positions. See, we already got those attempt changes going on. Michael Lewis looking to provisionally move himself from 6th to 3rd place with a 295 kilo pull.
It's looking good. It's looking good. Michael Lewis.
And it just slips out of his hands. So Michael Lewis will end his day just sitting outside of the podium, outside of the medal positions in 6th place.
Just out of grasp there. And the rule continues, make your third. Make your third attempt. Let's go. Kyle Squires, the next lifter, 300 kilos.
To no one's surprise, again, another pull for that bronze medal position. 15 kilo jump, took a 20 kilo jump from his first to second and a 15 from his second to third. Not too crazy of a jump. Let's see if Air Force can pull through.
Come on, Kyle.
Let's go, Kyle. Lock it out.
The knees. Come on, Kyle.
Oh, and it just slips out of his hand.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, it just goes to show how much these lifters are pushing themselves to the absolute limit. They are fighting with everything they got to attain that 3rd place position, to get a medal and stand on that podium at Collegiate Nationals.
So close. Just couldn't quite get those knees locked out. We've got Adesh Ramdahanas.
He's not one of these lifters that's in contention for that top placement. However, he is deadlifting with the big dogs with a 300 kilo pull. Let's see if he can pull that through.
Not there today. Throwing some love to the audience. That'll be there soon. It's a big number.
And another pull for 3rd place. We got Hakeem Balogun from the University of South Carolina looking to move himself from 4th to 3rd.
Yeah, this could be big for him. 8 for 8 so far. He's had a great track record. Taking all the time he needs to set up. Yep, here it comes, here it comes.
And just gets caught at the knees.
Not there. You know, even for high-performing athletes, we do expect a lot of misses on 3rd attempt deadlifts as you are jockeying for placing.
I mean, if you just look at the LiftingCast, it's all greens up until the final deadlifts when it really matters here.
Yep.
Excellent attempt selection, though, as these athletes are building the highest possible total in order to end in the battle like this.
Tanzi, who missed his 2nd attempt, needs this lift.
This will move him all the way from 7th place all the way into the podium. Let's see it, Nathan. Can he manage to hit this?
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on,
Let's go,
come on.
Nathan. And unfortunately, it's not quite there today.
Unable to get there. And a little bit more blood on the bar. That same left knee looks like it reopened. And we will take care of that for lifters. Oh. There we go. I feel like there's a lot of blood this session.
Quite a lot, yeah.
Not usually this much cleaning of the bar, but
so
happy to take care of it.
Zachary, our lifter out of Davenport, is already in a medal position. He's sitting comfortably in 5th with no one to threaten his medal. If successful with this lift of 302.5 kilos, 667 pounds, that'll move him into 3rd place, bumping Braden out of that podium position.
Zach Uhas
Very big points for Davenport here, if successful. Not quite there today. However, Zachary still walks away with a 5th place medal.
And the door continues to swing open. If Colton Love is successful here, he will rocket himself from 10th to 6th.
Though it not being a medal, it's still very good points for Texas A&M University, one of the big teams here at Collegiate Nationals.
Huge pull. He wants this. We want this. Let's go, Colton Love.
Colton's really doing it for his team right here. We got the Texas A&M crowd in the crowd. Let's see it, Colton.
It's going. It's going. And it's not. Colton gave it everything. Two deadlifts remain. Derek Hayes took a 10-kilo jump now. His placing is secure, and so is Jaden's. So this poll is just to see what he can do. Second attempt looked difficult to me, so we'll see what he's got in for a third attempt. They're positioning that bar exactly where he wants it. Lifter's kind of trying to find new spots on that platform. Shifted a little bit to the right there.
Figuring out where the divots are not on the platform. Let's see it, Derek. Walks away with an American record of bench press. Can he walk away 9 for 9? Already has 2nd place secured.
It's going. Come on.
There we go, Derek.
Huge pull, Derek Hayes. Give him love.
And that is our silver medalist at Collegiate Nationals, Derek Hayes, ending with a 769.5 kilo total.
Huge performance. Excited to see his future. And he is silver medalist at Collegiates.
And an American record attempt is being loaded for Jaden Low, 363 kilos. This will put him at a forecasted 845.5 kilos on his total.
Just to put this in context, the last successful deadlift he's done in competition is 340.
This is 23 more kilos than he's ever pulled in competition, and it is an American record attempt.
19 years old. 19 years old. I've got chills. Jaden Low, come on, let's go. We're just hearing it's 4.5 times his body weight. Look at the composure there.
The crowd is on his feet. Blue Mountain Christian University. All rise for Jaden Low as he attempts an American record. Already has 1st place secured.
Rarefied air here. Very few people ever get to attempt this weight.
Over 10 times body weight on his total. What an impressive feat for the 82.5. And he locks it out. That is 3 white lights. It's got to be. There it is. Jaden Low, your new national champion in the 82.5 kilo men's division, walking away with a 9 for 9 performance, a 363 kilo American record deadlift, putting his total at an astronomical 845.5 kilos.
Jaden Low on the rise.
Big points for Blue Mountain Christian University.
What a bright future. Huge performance. You can feel the momentum. He's going to be big going forward.
And just to recap the session for our men's raw collegiate 82.5 kilo lifters, Jaden Low walks away with the 1st place from Blue Mountain Christian University. Derek Hayes from Utah State University in 2nd with a 769.5 kilo total. Braden walking away with the 3rd place bronze medal position with a 730 kilo total, followed by Hakeem with the same total, Zachary with the same total as well as 730 kilos. But not to be outdone, Michael Lewis and Nathan Tanzi and Kyle Squires were right underneath their tail with 725s respectively. Very tight race here in the 82.5 kilo men's division. That concludes the session 1 of the USAPL Collegiate Nationals Day 3 for our men's collegiate raw 82.5 kilo division and men's equipped 82.5 kilo division. We will join you guys at 1:30 Central Time for our session 2.